Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, again. Okay, have you said hi to your neighbor? I know Salome gave us a task to actually say hi to our neighbor and get to know at least a name or two. I want to see if actually we did our kazi yenye tumepewa, si ndio? Can I pick one or two people randomly? And the person who is not able to get the name of their partner, what do they do? Do they dance for us? Si ndio? Or we give them one penalty, si ndio? Do you have an extra mic? And I would like somebody to assist me. Okay, so let me pick one person randomly. I'm gonna pick which table? Table yenye imenyamaza sana. Let's have this table. The gentleman with a gray, is that a gray blazer? Kindly stand up. Yes. Tell us at least 2-3 names.
Good morning, everyone.
Switch it on so that everybody can actually hear you. Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. Please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Billy Wangi here, Legal Department, National Council, Person with Disabilities. I'm also happy to be here, same as you.
Tuambie kwa meza yenu mko wangapi? Nani na nani? Introduce them.
I also have my colleague here.
She's called colleague. Okay, we have one colleague. No. So we have a fellow colleague without another name. No, Kenya kabisa. Give them a chance to just say their names. So we are here to have conversations. We are here to interact with one another. So quickly just say your name so that everybody at that table can actually get to know you.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
I'm Vicky Lucy.
Vicky Lucy. Also, please help me with that mic if it's on. Just one table, then I will. Morning. Patience Nyaga, thank you so much. Morning. Phyllis, karibu sana.
Good morning.
Morning. Obed. Obedi. Ombasa. Ah, good. From where?
I don't know where I work.
Yes, where you work.
Okay. Currently, I'm a freelancer, but I've been working as an analyst in strategy and transformation at a company called the Workforce Productivity Center Limited. And I'm part of the Sightsavers RISE Career Fair, and so many others I cannot list.
Very karibu sana. Thank you so much. As you can see, we say that everybody should actually introduce themselves at least to one or two of your members of your table, but we didn't do that. So let's ensure, introduce yourself. This is a chance to network. This is a chance to get to know who is next to you. You never know. We are here to talk about employability. We are here to talk about inclusive business. It's all about connectivity and opportunity, and it starts from where you are. So I was given a very simple task to do. So my name, as you heard from Salome, my name is Tani Kagora. I'm part of the coordinators, as well as I'm going to be part of the moderators. We are going to be having an amazing conversation today. And it's not just a conversation of the people who are going to be standing on this podium, but also you are going to have conversations, okay? So I want to give you a minute or two. Again, can you turn to your neighbor on your right and left? Ask them, what's your name and what do you do? Kuna watu wameshindwa kuuliza maswali. Muulize, wewe ni nani, unafanya nini? What do you do? Yeah? And then look at, is there anything we can do together? And it should be business-wise, not any other things. What else can we do together? Let me see if there are tables which are not talking. Koki, are you talking to your colleague? You know, there are a few people I know. I can call by name. Let me see. I'm looking at the table that they are not talking. My table. Nitawaonea leo. Ukimaliza na huyo mwenzako, you turn to the left, do the same. What's your name? What do you do? Uh-huh. And we might be having gifts for the most interactive table. You know, we might be having gifts. You don't know. Uh-huh. Okay, are we done? Hey, that was a very quick introduction. 1 more minute. Beather's table. You guys are talking, not talking to the laptops. I can see a few people who are typing out. How many emails mnatumania? Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. There's one gentleman here. Let me see. If you, I'm coming to you. Let me see if you know your members. Mm-hmm. Okay. We could. Okay. Are we done? Are we done? If you can hear me, please clap once or snap. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap thrice. Nice. Okay, great. So I hope you're going to remember that name. We are going to have a chance to be interacting even more when you're having our tea breaks. I want you to get out of this place with at least 5 key contacts that you have actually connected with. It is not just about getting their names, but it's getting to know who they are. Today, I've met people I trained in 2022, others in 2020. And I still remembered them. Okay? So it's important for you to keep those connections. It's important for you to keep those networks. You never know where your paths are going to be crossing. So with that, I want to take it back to Salome to now guide us to the next part of our program. And I'm really excited about today. I hope you guys are excited. Are you? Okay, amazing. Back to you, Salome.
Thank you, Stanley. Let's clap and appreciate Stanley. Okay, thank you so much. So we are going to go on to the next part of the program. But before we do that, I would like to see the employers in the room. The employers in the room, whether it's KBDN members or just the employers in the room, would like to appreciate you. So I request you to stand, if you don't mind. If it's possible, if you could stand on your feet, we want to appreciate you because we know that we came that we may gain a lot also from the employers in the room. So employers in the room, I request SMEs, in whatever capacity, you know that there are people somewhere that, you know, that you guide in terms of a job or an employment environment. Great. So let's appreciate our employers in the room. Okay, so we are going to be inclusive. So at one point we'll do claps, at another point we will clap, right? So that we can ensure that we are inclusive for on everybody here. So I'm going to be requesting, we have an extra mic. We had an extra mic. Stanley to assist me to probably take it round. We just hear their names. I know for us, the program team, the participants, we are quite a number. But would like to hear from the employers. If you're not sure whether you are an employer, just ask me. I will let you know whether you are an employer. Yes, I will clarify to you. There are people who are like this. They are seated, they are standing, they are not sure whether they are employers. So if you could get that extra mic just so that they just say their names and which organization or company they represent, it would be great. And then we continue from there. Are we getting a mic? Okay, or are we audible enough? Have we taken banana cake and samosa? They are audible? Okay, great. So I'll begin on my far right. I'm also not using the mic so that we can be, I hope the media team are okay with me not using the mic. But on the far right, we'd like to hear your name and which organization or company you represent. Morning.
I hope very fine you can hear me, right? Yes, so I'm Martin Mehoti from Sipla Limited. It's a pharma company. I work in business operations and I'm here with my colleague.
Morning. Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Great.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Buskut. I'm from Diageo or East Africa Breweries, and I'm from Human Resources Department.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her.
Hi, good morning. My name is Phyllis, representing Centurion Training Institute and Hotel. They are doing.
Thank you. We have not appreciated her. Let's appreciate her. Okay, next. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jose Maria. I'm the head of talent at the Scanning Group. Happy to be here. I'm looking forward to learn more about true inclusivity.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate him.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning.
My name is Shelmy, and I'm in HR at Standard Chartered Bank.
Thank you, Shelmy. Thank you. Let's appreciate her. There's a seat. Okay, next.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Joki. I'm in HR of Standard Chartered.
Okay, thank you. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashura Michael. I work at talent development and inclusion as an associate in UNDP in the Kenyan office, and I'm representing the UN and the 5 SDGs. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Patrick Kinyo. I work with the International Labour Organization, where I support the population.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Anne Moya. I'm an entrepreneur, founder, Winners Arena Africa, where we support SMEs in their early stages.
Okay. Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you. Let's continue. I think here.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Phyllis Morgan, head of business at Action Kenya. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her. So if you've not gotten a name, you can always, that's why we are here to be able to continue networking. You can always hear from, be able to interact after the meeting. And I'm sure you'll be able to get as much information as would be critical for you. So we have those that have been are seated. Some of us are participants. Some of us are in the program team. But we also have representatives of the Kenya Business Disability Network. I know some have introduced themselves, but I would like to probably request, we have the 2 vice chairs, and we also have a representative of the chair in the room. So we'll be hearing from the representative of the chair making remarks. But before that, I'll probably request Bwana Luke and Bwana Eric to kindly introduce themselves. And I'll request you if you can, is the mic working? Okay, okay. Bwana Luke, if you could, let's appreciate him as he comes. So this KBDN is the convener of the employers in terms of the Kenya Business Stability Network, and I'm sure Bwana Luke will be able to share more information and also have Eric also introduce himself.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Sally, and good morning to everyone. My name is Luke Muleka. I'm the founder and managing director of Science Media. How many of you know Science TV? Science TV? Good. Yeah, so that is the organization that we do, we run. And it's around disability inclusion in broadcast, as you all know, because it's an area whereby we've not had a lot of people getting involved, whereby they can tell their own stories, and that is the opportunity that we give. And I'm also the vice chair, first vice chair of Kenya Business Disability Network. And at Kenya Business Disability Network, I would say that we do three main things. That is to make sure that the workforce, the workspaces, and products and services are disability inclusive. It's pretty simple. That if you make your workspace inclusive, if you make your workforce inclusive, highly likely you are going to make your products and services disability inclusive. Why? Because you cannot have employees and if you don't have your space inclusive, and also your products that you are producing must be consumable to persons with disabilities, and that is including the services. And I'm glad to be here simply because we are trying to see how do we co-create this space. Remember, it's not about the employers only, but also the employees to be able to have this conversation, or the future employees to have this conversation, because sometimes you might think that you're designing something. There's someone who told me there is seeing something from someone's perspective and your own perspective. It actually is never the same, right? Like what I would see from my perspective is totally different from what perspectives you have, and perspectives you have are totally different from my perspective. So it's normally very good that you come to a middle ground or a bridge whereby you bridge the perspectives so that whatever you're doing is actually something that has been co-created. And that's why we have the term co-creation, that I'm not doing something to fit me or something to fit you simply because I just want to have it done. And for you who've been watching Science TV, and we'll invite most of you, we're having a lot of, they're called podcast sessions, whereby you're able to interact and just tell your story, tell as in have the fun. We normally say that you're just having fun on that podcast and telling your stories. What we are looking at is how do you help the public also to understand disability inclusion? And we go to the public, we're also looking at employers. And someone was telling, I was listening to one of the podcasts, and someone was saying that we don't want pity parties, because pity parties normally exclude rather than include. Because when you start sympathizing with me, you start looking at how well you can exclude me so that you don't subject me to pain. Have you had that situation whereby someone is actually thinking of how not to subject you to pain? Like I had an example whereby I was talking to one of the employers, and I told them the person who reads my news at 7 is visually impaired, right? And the reaction was, how does he go home? How does this person go home baada ya kusoma news? Definitely anamaliza news usiku. So I came to realize that actually the employer or that particular organization, they didn't understand that even during the day, it's the same na vile itakuwa usiku. So anafikiria jua ilisaidia yeye kukuja kazini, not knowing that the same state vile alikuja na ndio vile atatoka. So it just made me to understand that we need to have these conversations for people to start understanding, not to start putting those barriers that are actually going to discriminate employment of persons with disabilities. I won't talk much because this is your day whereby you are going to have these interactions amongst yourself. But again, show up, take that internship, show yourself of your capabilities, because through that is when someone knows that you can actually deliver, right? We create sometimes it's not about, I normally say that it's not about the employers building those bridges. Why don't we start with PWDs themselves building those bridges to the employers, right? How do you bridge that employer? Don't refuse that internship. Even if it's for 1 month, you'll have shifted within 1 month, or even 2 weeks, you'll have done what we call mental bridge. Once you do build a mental bridge or a mental, we normally call what, the ramps. Once you build that mental ramp in that organization, they start looking at persons with disability with a different lens. Sawa sawa. So for those who are interested in media and they would like to showcase their talent around telling their stories, hosting programs on Science TV, We are ready to listen to you and see what you got in your belly. Asanteni sana.
Let's appreciate him better. Thank you so much. I request Stanley to kindly come and assist me to have Bwana Eric just come here so that he can just say something shortly, and then we have our keynote speaker coming in. Okay, so like we've said, we want to ensure that we maximize this opportunity. If you're seated next to a participant, tell them, make sure you maximize. Yes, please don't get your tummy full and go back home without having something that you've carried home. Make sure you carry something home, and I'm sure from now your career is going to take a different shift for you because of that particular impact.
Thank you very much, Salome, and thank you very much, Stanley, for your assistance. Good morning, everyone. I want to hear a better good morning because we've already been fed by Salome. So, and I've just heard that more is coming. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Eric Ngondi. I'm also a vice chair at Kenya Business Disability Network. I come from the United Disabled Persons of Kenya, UDPK, and as Esther mentioned earlier today, UDPK is the umbrella body of organizations of persons with disabilities, and we are proud of the work that Kenya Business Disability Network is doing, linking the employers and the youth and persons with disabilities for those opportunities. I'm not going to say a lot. I just want to say one statement here. I'm not afraid of the storm because I'm learning how to sail my ship. That's a statement said by Louisa May Alcott. And the essence of this statement is indeed the foundation is in what Luke was saying, that we are here as employers and also potential employees or youth with disabilities who have skills, who have experience, and who are looking for this opportunity. But it's a quid pro quo here. You get this skill, this talented, this enthusiastic youth with disabilities coming into your organization and sharing what they have. And in the process, you also learn from each other. And also we become inclusive of each other. So it's not a day of statement, of talking a lot. It's an opportunity to share and learn from each other. And I like what the gentleman from Scan Group said. He's here to learn. I think that's the spirit, yeah? Let's get to learn, let's get to share, and we appreciate each other. I think that's all I just wanted to say. And thank the KBDN members, and thank you, Salome, the convener of this. Asanteni sana. And I'm looking forward to the youth with disabilities in this space, leaving this space with a contact or with a smile in their face that something will happen. Asanteni sana. And I want to stop there. Salome, back to you.
Thank you, Eric. Stanley? Okay, let's appreciate Eric. As you appreciate Eric, please tell the person who is seated next to you the statement that Eric has said. Sailing. You know, people listen to people, but they are not listening. They are actually just looking. They are hearing a sound, but they're really not. Can somebody state that statement by Louise? What was that statement? Sailing. On the beach. Okay, sail my ship. I had somebody say, I'm learning how to sail in the beach. So I'm not afraid of the storm because I'm learning how to sail in the storm. Huh? How to sail my ship. Okay, thank you so much. I said you have to come out with something from this place. So thank you so much. And at this particular juncture, I would like to have us receive our keynote speaker, Mr. Peter Njioka, who is going to come and say something. I know that he is going to say something that is going to impact you as a youth with disability, even as you navigate the workspace. And so I want us to put our hands together. I don't want to take so much time, so that we invite Mr. Peter Njioka as he comes to make a keynote statement in this particular meeting. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning. Habari zenu? Mko aje? So I'm also not afraid of the storm. My name is Peter Njioka from Safaricom. We are currently the chair of this organization, and I'm very happy that the two vice chairs were represented very well, and I believe they have actually talked to us and told us what it is that this organization is all about. Connecting employers, which system is to blame? Eh? I think sometimes we don't seek help. We don't seek enough help. So as you go through whatever program you are going through, I think it is important to look at what are employers looking for. What is the company, or what is the nation, what is the country looking for? Or what are the skills that are lacking? And imagine some of the skills that are lacking are soft skills. Soft skills. Just you, this guy come into the interview, they come with a CV which you can't even read. Yeah? This guy has worked for 3 years, then they give you a CV of 1 page. Now, if you have worked for 3 years, honestly, can you have a 1-page CV? So you just give us your name. In fact, they write name, email, telephone number, marital status, hapo chini, schools, and companies they have worked for. So it's like 4 paragraphs. Do you think I can actually look at that CV and say this is a person I would like to interview? Yeah, so I just say, look at the CV that has content, has what I'm looking for, okay? So it's important that you understand yourself as a brand, yeah? You are a brand. Actually, you yourself, you are like a company. And when you look at the employer, they need you probably even more than you need them. Right now, at Safaricom, we are looking for persons with disability to ensure that we have enough people who can help us come up with inclusive products. Okay? Because we don't want to come up with a product, spend a lot of millions, then when it gets out there, it's not accessible. Why? Because in the squad or in the team that developed the product, there were some people or some diversity missing. Maybe who can tell you this product will not hit the market properly, or this product is not accessible to this type of people. So tafadhalini, let me ask a question. Is there unemployment in Kenya? Yeah? Who believes there is unemployment in Kenya? Because some people even have numbers, even statistics, percentage of unemployment. How many people who believe, raise up your hand if you believe there is unemployment in Kenya. What is the cause of unemployment? Yeah? By the way, this is my opinion. This is not Safaricom's opinion. There is no unemployment in Kenya. What there is mismatch. Mismatch of skills and competence and experiences. Because what the employers are looking for, they can't get. And what you are looking for, you can't get because of what you have or don't have. Yeah? Because if we had all the skills that employers need, there would be no advertisement. There would be no advertisement. Because I would have a database of all the skills I need. I go to the database, I pick the person I need, and I move on. You would actually be going to the database of employers, look at the skills they need, match your skill, and join the organization. What there is mismatch. And this mismatch, someone talked about the system. Actually, it's not entirely the employer or the employees to be blamed. It's just how we are oriented. Our education system teaches different things from what the employers want. Yeah? There was a time when I was young, I wanted to work in a bank. So what was I told to learn? Accounting. So I did CPA 1. Kufika CPA 2 nikaona hii kitu. This is not what I want. Yeah, so I abandoned that idea. Then I went into, now I decided I want to be a lawyer. So I went to a college where I could not be a lawyer because we are not even accredited to train lawyers. But I stayed there for 2 months. Yeah, finally I found what I wanted, and I joined HR by choice. So there are some people here who went into degrees or diplomas or certificates, which actually are not what they need. Yeah, so you are doing education because your mom is a teacher. Yeah, you are doing engineering because your neighbor is successful in engineering. Just look at what skills the employers want and learn those skills. And I promise you, if you do those short courses, those certificate courses, after completing your diploma or certificate, you do other short courses which are unique and which the employers are looking for, you'll get a job. Yeah? So there is no unemployment, there is mismatch.
Which was the most ideal interviews of the two? Stanley, kuja unisaidie na microphone. Which was the most ideal employers, right? And I love that question. First, I will respond to actually what is an ideal interview. Then we talk a little bit about last. Mtu mwingine asinue mkono. No, the last one was there. Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone. About the interview, the first one was good. But, you know, most of the employers, they would feel like you're not curious when you don't ask questions about their company. So for me, I was expecting that there could be a question. Like, for example, what will I be focusing on when I get this task or when I get this job? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you for that. And we'll also talk about that. So let's start by what is an ideal interview and what is not a so much ideal interview. An ideal interview, first of all, I'll say this. It will depend with who is interviewing you. That's the first thing. It will depend with where are you interviewing and how are you interviewing and for what role. And I will qualify that statement. If I am interviewing you virtually, as an example, I expect you to show up in a suit but on camera. Okay? I was telling my colleague, I find it so annoying when I have an interview for an admin job or even for an intern, and you show up in a hood, just because it's virtual. The moment I see a hood, mi nimemalizana na wewe, by the way. It's that simple. Yeah, it sounds harsh, but it is the truth. And employers who are honest with you, they'll tell you this. The same way that you appear for a physical interview is how we expect you to appear for a virtual one. We live in a virtual world, on the camera, in different ways, but we're still expected to bring our A game to the camera, okay? So that's one. So I was saying it depends with what you're interviewing for. When you are coming for, I'll use a tech job as an example. Most techies appear in khaki trousers, a nice shirt, but it's okay, right? It's very okay, because most of them in the space that they work in, that's allowable. That's smart casual. I'm using that as an example. If you're coming to an interview for an admin job, an ideal interview would be one, you understand what role you're interviewing for. That's interview 001. You understand the role that you're interviewing for. You come knowing the role, you come knowing the company, you come knowing what are the skills that you bring on board. Because even if we twist the questions like how, about what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, all we are asking is, what are you bringing on the table? And so you need to come knowing, this is my role, this is the skills that I'm bringing on the table. Doesn't matter how you answer, like how you twist it around, but speak about your skills. That's the first thing that you need to understand. That makes it ideal. Now, if you come in on board and you're interviewing for a higher position, first of all, we will also be looking at how your CV looks like Chairman told us. We are not expecting it to be a one-page, just
telling us this is my marital status and this is whatever, whatever. We expect a very detailed roles and duties and KPIs, key performance indicators and achievements of those as part of your interview process. And we expect you to be able to speak about them. So that's important for you as you're coming on board, because those are things that employers will look at. The other thing that is important for you to know as an ideal interview, interviewers will not mind that you're asking for reasonable accommodation. Interviewers will not mind, but do not use it to bamboozle the interviewer, okay? Use it and use the same way we are saying you're asking for reasonable accommodation, also use it at reasonable intervals. For example, when the interviewer asks you, are there questions that you have for us? And I had this from, in one of our sessions for Sightsavers, we had somebody from Safaricom, and he said something very, very important. He said, when you ask such a question, you can ask, may I know whether your offices are accessible? May I know what accommodations your offices offer for somebody like me? Or may I know what other accommodations your office might provide for somebody with my type of disability? See, you're asking for reasonable accommodation, but you're not bamboozling the employer about it. When we called you for an interview, or when you sent in your application, there is a probability that your interviewer already knew you're a person with disability, okay? Or the moment you walked in the door, they could see, Cindy. Those are two different scenarios. So they can already tell we will need to have reasonable accommodations. So use it, but use it at reasonable intervals. That makes your interview ideal. Why was the first one somewhat ideal for me? So like somebody said, she responded to the questions, but not all of them in the way they were asked. Okay? I don't know whether we caught that. Not all of them in the way they were asked. When you walk into an interview, please be as careful as you can to hear what the interviewer is asking. All right? I can assure you, and other interviewers here will tell you, we curate questions with an end goal in mind. We are not just asking to tick a box. We actually know what we're looking for when we ask a specific question. So respond to the question you're being asked for. So that was the place that was not so ideal about that one. However, she tried to answer the rest of the questions. The next thing, when you walk into an interview, ask a question. When you don't ask a question, this is what it means. You're not interested in us, you just came to tick a box. But if you're interested in us, you will want to know more about us. It's that simple. So ask a question. Don't ask the salary question. Don't ask how much are you offering me. Ask about, you know, let me use an example of your studio I work. I love it when somebody says, could you tell me a little bit about the impact you're creating and who you're working with to create that impact? Then I'll pull out my bragging list, you know, and talk about all the impact you're creating with Sightsavers, UDPK, and others, all right? So ask an actual question that might be about your job that you're coming into or about the organization, not about the salary. Sasawa, you can ask the salary as a third question if you have to, all right? So that's what makes an interview ideal or not so much ideal. But I would like to add a few other things. One, as you're coming into the interview, please show professionalism, show confidence. That's important. The moment you come in, I like that she mentioned anxiety, where the amount of people out here struggling with anxiety, you will be very shocked. But when you walk into an interview room, I remember when I started my interviewing journey, interestingly enough, I am a stammerer that does not stammer a lot, okay? But you can imagine the amount of practice I had to practice. My mirror should tell you. My camera should tell you. I used to record myself as I speak. And then I repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it until it sounds, it flows. Yes. You're here. See, right now, when I say I am a stammerer, all of you looked at me like, really? Right? Right? So it worked. But it took me a long time and a lot of practice to get there. So I'm responding to anxiety. You can deal with anxiety.
I am diagnosed with anxiety.
Allow me to finish.
With anxiety, but not everyone actually has anxiety.
Yes, yes. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. I was saying you can deal with anxiety, and then she jumped in, and this is what I was going to say. Sometimes you might have to speak to a professional to help you get there. Sometimes you might have to understand yourself in a little other way that the rest of us will not to help you get there. Sometimes you just have to identify different things that will help you to get there. It might not be easy, like it was for me to get to address my stammering. It might not be easy for you to deal what you need to deal with, but what I want to say is, if you are willing to find a solution, you will find it. She is diagnosed. I've met you before, so she is diagnosed with anxiety. But I want to believe that you are actually on a journey with it. Cindy? Exactly. That is what dealing with it means.
I don't think you get it, and this is the challenges that persons, especially with neurodiversity or psychosocial disabilities, face, that employers might not understand because you can't see it. And I will walk in a room and everyone will think anxiety is for everyone. No, not everyone experiences the anxiety that I do. So it's very different from what people say. I can manage, you can practice through it. And some people with stammering can practice all they want and they won't be able to flow. They will still stammer. So even in that, we are telling them, work through your disability to overcome it so that you're able to participate in this. That is what you're saying actually.
Oh, apologies if that's what it came across as, but that's not what I'm saying. All right? That's not what I'm saying. And thank you for challenging me, okay? And because that makes me clarify. I am not saying work through your disability to participate in the way Betha participates in different things, okay? I am saying find your niche, okay? That's what I'm saying. Find your niche. Your niche will be different from my niche. How you deal with it is very different from mine. That is what I'm saying. And thank you for challenging me. Are we on the same page now? Okay. Thank you for that. And with that, I want to bring it to a close. Yes.
Maybe one final question.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about, the first thing you said was around dress code, and it really caught my eye, especially looking at our current generation of young people.
Mm-hmm.
Does it mean that you said when a young person walks into an interview with a hood, then it's a no-no? Is it really around the dress code, the skills? What if my hood is clean? What if I'm neat? You know, is it really around the norms that we've had of an ideal employee and all of that? Are we cognizant of current trends? Is it based on skilling? If it's really skills that we're looking for, does it really matter whether I have a hood, or if I have a hood, I think bottom line is, am I neat? Am I tidy? I think that for me, and of course in cognizant of the current generation of employees and the current world.
Thank you for the question. Chairman wants to answer on my behalf. and Jose also wants to answer.
If you think about it, if you're going for a wedding, how do you wear? What do you wear? Do you wear the same way like going to work? Okay? If you are going to the church, okay? Do you wear like you are going to a disco? Yeah? So I think what matters actually is what the audience, the person you are visiting, what would they expect? Because I'll give you an example of Safaricom. When we got our first CEO was very, very official. You get it? So go to work, everybody, you know, culture is leadership. Eh? When the leader come to work in a tie, every day, what's likely to happen? The rest of the people start working, coming with
a tie.
So you create a culture there of kila mtu ako na tie na suit. Studio. Now, we are not telling you to come and disrupt immediately. If you think they can change, start changing slowly. So we got a second CEO who said the first thing I want to drop is the tie. The second thing I want to drop is executive lift. Okay, so all the lifts are open for everyone. You don't have to have a tie, but if you want to come in a tie, again, it's okay. Okay, so what happened? People started dropping the ties. Slowly, these days I think unless I'm going for an academic meeting or a government meeting, I will not put on a tie. Sometimes I even forget, so I have 2 ties in my car, just in case I'm going for a meeting where people expect me to
Be a tie.
If they expect me to wear a tie, I wear a tie. If they don't expect me to wear a tie, I will not wear a tie. Another one. If they expect me to be in a suit, I will wear
a suit.
But the most important thing is what is the job that you are coming to do and who are your clients? Okay? Who are your clients? Because if your clients are university, what do you call them? University professors, and you will be going to universities, will you go in a jeans? Because they are all expecting you to be in a certain, to conform to certain tradition, isn't it? But we are saying, as time goes by, all these things will change. And some organizations will say, come as you are, as long as you are decent. But always remember, it's not about you, it's about your customer, it's about the other person. So you wear according to what is expected for that particular meeting, for that particular job. So when she says that even when you are interviewing virtually, you should still be smart. You should still be, the employer expects you to wear, what you would wear if the meeting was physical. If the interview was physical. And I said you are black, yeah? B-R-A-N-D, not B-L. You might say blood, meaning it is B-L-O-O-D. You are branding yourself. You are branding yourself. You are actually marketing yourself in that interview. This employer has never seen you. They don't know you. The only interaction they have is that for 5 minutes or 30 minutes. So sure.
Thank you. Jose wanted to add something, and as Jose is adding, so we wrap this up, is I qualified that I, as an interviewer for Yusudi, because like Chairman says, I'm interviewing you for a certain position. I'll be expecting you to be walking into boardrooms, speaking to CEOs. Some of them are in suits. Some of them will be the casual tech side I used. If you're going to the tech side I mentioned, whereas they do. But if you're going to other rooms, be as professional and not professional, as official as they would be. Jose?
Thank you. I think Peter has what I have said. All I will add is that you dressing, as he said, it's not about me, it's about my audience. And I will do research before I do an interview. I will make a call to that company, someone I know. I'll do some research. Someone I know who works there. And I ask them, how do you dress? What's your dress code? Just understand. And that communicates interest in the organization, and it actually communicates your commitment to understanding your audience before you make them. It is the expectation that you should understand your audience. So that's what I've had there.
Thank you. And if you don't know somebody from there, you can use LinkedIn to reach out to somebody from there. My time is up, so I will hand it back to Salome. If she wants to take in more comments, she will do so. But thank you so much, and thank you for your attention and participation. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you so much, Betha.
By the way, the lady who asked that question is very smart.
Wow. Great. So thank you so much, Betha. Thank you for that great session. Our time is really spent, so we want to go directly to the next session. We will be requesting you to kindly, fill some forms that will be coming around, just to ensure that we keep networking, keep the conversation going, and also invite you for more opportunities in the future. And I just want to also not caution, but really encourage the participants in the room. The employers are willing to take participants with disabilities. So some employers have already told me, I want 2 people. I want 3 people. Kwa hivyo, if you're seated next to a participant, mwambie kaa vizuri. You will never know. You will never know. So I'm serious. I'm serious, by the way. I'm not encouraging you so that you can say in the meeting. I'm telling you something that is there. So because we want to have an inclusive world. Okay, so that's why the employers came into this space, just to see how they can be able to give us more opportunities. So let's network as much as we can, ask the questions that we have, and I'm sure by the time we are done, we are going to take a step further in terms of inclusivity. So Stanley, you want to take up? Thank you.
Okay, so help me appreciate Salome as well as Beda. So you can clap as well as inclusively appreciate them. Okay. So I know there's a lot of questions which are going around. We are going to have a session for Q&A. So Beda is still going to be there, chairman, everybody. We are going to be able to answer those questions, but not even answering, but have a conversation. Okay. So allow me to move this to the next bit, and which is now a panel discussion. And the reason I'm really excited about this is not just one-sided kind of a conversation where we are just telling you what should be done, but you're also listening to you. So today we have an amazing list of panelists from the banking industry. We have SME represented, as well as an employee who has a disability who is working and thriving within their position. And you're going to be hearing from them for the next few minutes. And I want you guys to help me appreciate them until they sit down. So I'm going to do this really fast. Okay. Na nikienda haraka mniambie niende pole pole, si ndio? I'm trying to catch up with time. So, with a round of applause, help me welcome Madam Shelmith from Standard Chartered Bank to come on board. Until afike tumpigie makofi. Let's continue appreciating her until she sits down. Okay. Okay. Karibu sana, Madam Shelmith. Karibu sana. Okay, following her, we also have a representative who is going to be representing SMEs within Kenya. She has been working with SMEs in Kenya, as well as probably amongst ourselves. I want us to welcome Madam Ann to the podium as well. Karibu sana, Madam Ann. Please, I think we can do a better job. Sindo? Okay. Amazing. Lastly, I want to now bring on board one of us who have actually gone through the entire mile of interviewing, applying for a job, interviewing, and getting a good job. And I want them to come here to tell us about their story. So help me invite to the podium Winnie Koki, karibu sana. So let's appreciate her. Okay. Until afike, sindio? This is one of you. I know most of us here, we are actually applying for jobs, and I know there are jobs in the house. So for her, she has actually made it, and she actually works, I don't want to go ahead of myself, but she works with one of the companies I know most of us would really wish and pray that we work at one point with them. Okay, so let's appreciate her as she comes on board, and probably somebody can help her up. Okay, so I think we have an extra mic. So somebody, I don't know where I put the other mic. Okay, thank you. So we can use these. Okay. Okay, now we are on. Okay, great. So we're going to start by a very brief round of introductions. And I'm going to start with Madam Shelby. I want you to just give us a brief introduction of yourself, your role, your company, what does it do? We know most of us probably hear about it, but we don't know really what you guys do. So just give us a brief about that. And over and above that, I want you to tell us, if you are not doing the career you are in, if you are not in the role you are in right now, which other career would you have pursued if all things worked out very well for you. You know, for us, probably we could have been probably in architecture, others is acting. For you, which other role would you have picked up? Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. It's a pleasure. It's actually a privilege for me to be here this morning with you. This is something that I really enjoy doing, you know, just being with people whom I think I can add value and also learn from you at the same time. So my name is Shelmith Wairimu. I am a recruiter at Standard Chartered Bank. The bank provides products and services. I'm sure some of you may have interacted with some of our products, but you know the Standard Chartered as a brand, yeah? You must have had the marathon. I'm sure that's very, very, everybody in Nairobi especially knows the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, right? So Standard Chartered is a brand, and I think a good brand, yeah? And I love working for the bank. The bank is a good employer, yeah? So I recruit and I hire people into the bank to assist with different roles. So the bank is a big organization, and so there are many jobs, there are many opportunities to do different things from frontline. And so when I mean frontline, I mean people who are out there, you know, selling products and services, yeah? And then there are also those, some of us who work, could we call them in the back end, so operational roles, yeah? So the bank is a big organization with many opportunities. So that's what I do. I'm in the HR department, and some of my colleagues are also here with me. So I think outside of work, I am also a writer. I write for children. So I have been published for a few children's books, which are used in schools for teaching, learning purposes. So if I was not doing what I do, I'd still be writing, though it's something I still do on the side. So thank you very much, and that's a short intro of myself.
Okay, that's a fresh part of tell me again. It's evident you are working in your purpose. It seems you are going to do more or less the same thing. Okay, over to you, Madam.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anne Moher. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm not sure how I'll answer the second question, like where else I would work, but yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. By profession, I'm an accountant. I have 9 years corporate experience, and 9 years now, this year, entrepreneurship experience. I have tried my hand at many businesses. Some have gone belly up, proper, and I've been successful at others. But the one I want to mention today is Winners Arena Africa, which is an organization that is fairly new, but born out of my passion to help other SMEs start, grow, and scale their businesses. I have failed so much. I think now I know what to do to not fail. And I think I meet many other entrepreneurs who are struggling, and I can almost, like when I look at a business, I can almost, I know I've been there before. Like I look at it and I'm like, I've been there before. And so today I am offering my experience. I'm offering other SMEs access to that experience. And also, obviously, by failing, I have learned a lot. And so I create content on the digital spaces. You can find me on any platform, Unprepared to Entrepreneur. Interesting phrase, because I started off very unprepared, yet I had no clue, because my last job was a group head of finance. I really thought I knew things. So I started off unprepared, and now I'm on a journey to becoming an entrepreneur, and I'm sharing my journey, my knowledge, tools, access to mentorship, and coaching, and so on and so forth. I'm happy to be, I mean, if this current company doesn't work out, I'm still gonna try another one. That's where I'm at. Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be part of this, because I'm also a mother to a gorgeous 4-year-old. living with disability.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Saseni, mnafeel baridi, but I think we are going to take a break in a few. My name is Winnie Koki Gitau. I identify myself as a lady, a youth with physical disability, where I'm seated on the left leg. I'm wearing an implant, inbuilt implant, and I'm really grateful. I currently serve for Safaricom and work for Safaricom as the customer executive experience at the call center. I also, I am a business entrepreneur as well. I run a fashion line that is known as Flourish Creations. I'm a lover of fashion, and I also love beauty. The moment I recognized, the moment I picked myself from the pit where I was, it's where I came, and through mentorship, through walking the journey with amazing partners in the room, I'm grateful to where I am today. I'm really passionate about mentoring my fellow young girls, women, all persons with disability, because I know stigma is so real, and I'm really grateful to be here. Glad to meet my teacher, Stanley, and Betha. I must attest, you've really built my life and also my career to where I am today. Thank you for having me this morning, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the engagement. Thank you.
Okay, amazing. Let's appreciate her. One of the things I have learned just by that first introduction is all of them are actually following their passion in one form or another. And it's evident, like, when people follow what they love, opportunity is there, and actually they have picked that out. And I wanted to agree with our chairman when he said that there's no lack of jobs for per se. You know, when you look at it in reality, there's no lack of jobs, there's mismatch. But also there's a lot of opportunities that we can actually pick up. And that's what I want us to actually look at right now. And I want to start with, again, Madam Shelby. I know you have done recruitment for a long time, and specifically with going through the application process, interviewing them, what gaps have you seen that actually probably limit them from actually picking up the opportunities which are really available, either from your own organizational Standard Chartered or even outside? Even I know probably with your colleagues, other recruiters, you hear them say the same thing. What gaps which, like us?
Okay, thank you for that question. And I'll address it from the point of recruiting from at Standard Chartered. So the bank is very focused on skills. Yeah? Actually, we call ourselves, and we pride ourselves as a skill-based organization. So our main focus, even in interviewing, even in shortlisting, even in selecting people, is mainly focused on the skills. So it's the skills that you bring to the table. So it even starts from the hiring needs of the business. So a business has a hiring need, and what they reach out to the recruiters or to the team, and then they'll say, these are the skills, this is the job we have, and these are the 3 main skills we are looking for from the person who we want to hire. So skills is actually the buzzword right now in the bank. So from the shortlisting and recruiting process, actually the recruiters, when they open up jobs for applications, they will be looking at the CVs and focusing on what this person or what the resume has as what this person contains as the skills. May I just mention here that right now, experience is not that such a big deal at the moment in the bank, yeah, because we have long period of work experience, but they have the skills that we are looking for. Yeah. So I just wanted to make it clear that skills is what now we are going for as a bank. And so for a person with disability, maybe it is important for me to mention that when I am shortlisting, I am not able to see disability. I don't know whether that is encouraging to the people in the room. Yeah? I'm not able to see that from this CV that this person is a disabled person. Because, I mean, unless the person has indicated in their, let's say, their biodata, they have mentioned that they have certain disabilities, I am not able to see at that point. So my focus is, what does this person have? What are the skills? What is this person bringing to the role? Yeah. So I think it's a good thing that so that the focus is not so much on what on who you are, on the physical or the other disabilities you have, and so the bank is very also is big on diversity and inclusion. Yeah. So we will help even people who have disabilities right from the moment of applying into roles. So you'll see that our diversity statements are on the career portals, and that if you need any form of assistance, for instance, even our systems, even for existing staff, like when we are using systems, you're able to choose, like let's say e-learnings, which version are you going to, do you need, so that if, let's say you have any form of disability, you're able to choose a version that is audio enabled, so that you're not struggling in doing your work or in doing completing the tasks. So I think for me, from recruitment point of view, I mean, we don't look at disability. We don't look at you as a disabled person. We look at you as what have you got. That is the main thing. And then the rest in terms of disability come later in terms of what sort of accommodation do you need the bank to provide. So during recruitment, you'll see on our apps, there are fields that ask you, do you have any form of disability? And so you're able to select so that in case you need any accommodation, those are provided for. At the point of interviewing, when we are scheduling and inviting people to come to interviews, we will ask at the invitation email, do you need any form of assistance or any form of accommodation? And those ones are catered for even at the point of interviewing. So I think at the bank is really working towards including everybody, because as we have recognized, inclusivity is good for business. Yeah, inclusion is good for business because, like Chairman said, even your products, you're able to innovate better products. The more the more inclusive you are, then you're even able to become more innovative in terms of your services and in terms of your products. So I don't know if I've answered.
You have actually, and I really love what you say. Like at the beginning of the application process, there is no preference. You're only evaluating actual skills. So all of us are actually starting at the same level. There is no that point where we feel like, if I don't have a disability, I'm more preferred than if I have a disability. Because it's the same question we get, even when you're having conversations, even in training, where people feel like there's a preference kind of a criteria that banks use, organizations use. So I really love that. A follow-up on that, like from your experience recruiting and having these conversations, what are the key mistakes you have seen as young people make as we do the application or even at the interview stage?
Yeah. So let me just talk from the point of the initial stages of applying. So you will find, and I think it was mentioned here, somebody has one CV that they apply for every job. So you'll find so remember I said the CV is what I see first before I see you. Yeah, before I get to see you, I see you in your CV. Yeah, so you'll find that people have one form of CV that is just standard and that is just basic, whilst you should be customizing your CV to the role that you're applying for. Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from, but by doing that, because it just makes it easy to say, okay, this is there, apply, attach your CV. So, but when you customize your CV to the role that you're applying for, it just shows thought, yeah, that you put some thought through it. You emphasized the skills, the experience you had or you have for that specific role you're applying into, as opposed to it's just a basic CV that you're attaching. So I've seen CVs that even come, or even application letters, that let's say it's an admin role, and you say application for a teller. So that person didn't even take time to look at their CV once again and customize it or suit it to the type of role that they're applying into. So first of all, it's just, that's the first thing. I mean, it's maybe, can I call it not putting too much thought into what you're doing at that time? Yeah, so probably you just have a number that by the end of this year, I want to have applied for so many roles, so that when you meet people out there, you tell, but I've been applying. You see, that not so ideal interview that was a role played here. They said, but I've been applying for so many roles, but I don't even know which one. Yeah, so that's the first thing. And then formatting, even just formatting CVs, and you know, it just talks about, did you really put effort? Yeah, take time, take effort. So we see gaps in even just how resumes are formatted. So you'll find maybe something that's not, you know, different types of fonts. You'll find, let's say, something as maybe I could pose this as a question. When you're putting in your experience, do you start with the latest, or do you start with the one that, does it matter? I would like to hear, maybe just to put it out there, yeah, just an opinion. But remember, I am reviewing 300 over, sometimes close to 1,000 applications. And I have, I'm under so much pressure to just get it done. So I'm looking at what is the, the first. So I think you'll just even find things that are jumbled up in the CV. Yeah. Remember, at this point, I've not seen you. I'm just interacting with you on a paper. Yeah. So what you put on the paper really matters, because that is what goes ahead of you, right? Yeah. So I think for me, at the point of recruitment, it's important that you appear good also on paper. Just ask for help to just format your CV in a way, highlight your skills, and customize it to the role that you're applying into. So those are one of the gaps, I could say. The other thing is skills. I mean, even as an entrepreneur, you want to hire somebody for your business. You're paying them, yeah. So you don't want to hire somebody just so that you feel a space. You want to hire somebody who is bringing value into your company. So what skills are you bringing to the table? Yeah. Remember, we talked about skill-based. So what skills do you have? So I think the other gap is, yes, you just have the basics, but you probably need to do more in terms of short courses, to think of what are the skills that are needed right now in the marketplace, and what can I do to acquire them. So I think for me, those are some of the gaps that I could maybe for now speak about.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me jump to Koki, because now you are the other side of that equilibrium. So Koki, how was your experience applying for jobs? And I want you to probably give us a reality of how it was for you as a person with disability, applying, going through the interview, and see probably you got the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for the question. From my end, one thing that made me first go outside there, it was first the confidence that I built, because I had passed through stigma, for a very long time. And through such programs, through mentorship, and getting to join the IT Bridge Academy, it's where, when I sat through USUDI class, that we were being taught how to revamp our CV, how to apply for jobs opportunity. Indeed, for me, I felt I was ready, and I was really had enough confidence at least to face the employer who, when I send out my CV, I'll be ready also to attend the interviews as well. So I found it very smooth because I had already the skills that I gotten from USUD, being prepared. And one thing that I must attest, I used to work with my mentors as well, and they had taught me on how at least if I need to do a CV, how I'm going to tailor it down to the job opportunity that is there. So one thing that I was encouraged with, I used to send most of my CVs. Any opportunity that I got, and I felt that this, I need to nail it or just send out my CV, I was very ready because I had learned and I got the experience from that. Yes.
Okay, amazing. Are there any challenges you faced on your way to applying for a job? And you can look at it from even before you go to USUD. Like, what are the key challenges you faced as an applicant looking for a job?
Yes, I had faced a lot of challenges. First, because I had no skills by then. Yeah, and when I got maybe the interviews or when I had applied the jobs opportunity that I got the first time, I had no skills at all. So when I got to the interview space, they could ask me questions. For real, I wasn't prepared until the time that I really sat down and took my time and got that experience and even the courage to experience. It wasn't easy. Something else, it was the inaccessibility, especially to the places where I was called for interviews. By then I was using my crutch and it was not easy. It wasn't easy because at times I could get into a room, then are you able to work? Maybe just out of the look, the employer could like, yeah, shaangalia disability yangu, you know. Are you able to work? Yeah. So that those were some of the challenges that I faced, but I'm really grateful because when I got whatever knowledge and the skill that I got, it's when now I got the confidence even to continue applying for more jobs opportunity.
Okay, thank you so much. So let's now skip to, that's employability. And we know not everybody's pathway is actually to get employed. True. How many of us want to start our own businesses? Hands up. If that's our goal. Kuna watu wako hivi, people are not sure. You know, when I was starting my career, one of the things I knew and I was told that the only way to become a millionaire in Kenya is you start your own business. True. Does it still stand? Okay, how many wants to be millionaires? I think that's an easier question. How many hands do I have? Okay, so I'll ask a question to Anne. I know you've worked with a lot of entrepreneurs, and especially starting entrepreneurs. Do you believe entrepreneurship is a realistic pathway for persons with disability?
The simple answer is yes. Yes, it is. But it's might be, let's say, a lot more complex, but it's very, very realistic, I would say. Yeah.
So as an expert who helps people actually establish businesses and ensure they are thriving, if a person with disability comes to you and tells you, I want to actually pursue entrepreneurship or start a business, what advice would you give them? And what are the nuggets you share with them to just kickstart them off?
So if I were to define entrepreneurship, and for those who want to become millionaires, I'm well on my way. Nikifika pale. But even first, before I talk about entrepreneurship, I think in Kenya, unemployment is there. I think we have to be real and say whether it's a mismatch of opportunity or it is there. It exists. There are people who currently have lost jobs this year, especially in the NGO world. That's real. There are youth who are, I think every year about 900,000 youth graduate from universities and they come into employment to find nothing, empty coffers. So unemployment exists. So we have a lot of circumstantial millionaires millionaires to be circumstantial entrepreneurs, because you've left school, you've come into the job market and you're unable to get work, and you find yourself trying to make ends meet. And so you are what I'm calling quote unquote circumstantial entrepreneur. But for those who want to start entrepreneurship, and this applies across board, entrepreneurship is simple. Simple doesn't always mean easy, but it's simple. It's creation of value. You just need to put yourself in a position where you're able to create value for someone else or another company, be able to deliver that value, and in turn capture value for yourself sustainably. And I think this sustainably is what is usually the challenge, because if you're not able to capture value, deliver it, and by deliver, there's communication, there is the selling part, and most of us are afraid of selling, and if you can't sell, really you do not have a business. So there are many other smaller moving parts in those words, but if you're able to create value, deliver it, and automatically capture value for yourself, meaning get paid for the service or the product, and you're able to build it in a way that is sustainable, then yes, there is opportunity for everybody. And I would say there are many people who look at entrepreneurship and they say, or they look at it and they think, where do I even start? And the first thing is, I do not have capital. Okay, fine, you don't have capital. Okay, sawa, nothing you can do about that. Put that aside. What do you have? Like, truly ask yourself, what do you have? And most of us have more than we think we do. But because we are always looking at the thing that we don't have, we don't give ourselves opportunity to actually see what we actually do have. So for example, if you do have a skill, whatever skill that is, skills these days are monetizable across the globe. Literally, you can be working for a company in London and you're here in Nairobi. It's possible. So how do you create value? How do you package this value from the skill that you have and deliver it for someone who finds it valuable and in turn get paid? That is entrepreneurship. And if you're able to do that and do it sustainably, then you know you're well on your way to becoming a millionaire, I would say.
Okay, amazing. So we're on track to becoming millionaires. I know there was one key question, and you have touched on it, but I want you just to give us practical examples. One of the questions that comes up each and every time we run an entrepreneurship program, inclusive businesses, is tunatoa pesa ya kwanza biashara wapi? Already we are looking for work because we don't have money, isn't it? So where do we get this money to start that biashara? Even if it's that online biashara, so we just need that 5K kwenda mkombani mzwengo niuze. Where do I get that 5K from?
So I think it would differ person to person, but let me give you like my own, let's say, personal experience. I don't know, I did a class with UDPK. I don't know if there are people who attended that session, that workshop. You can raise your hand. Yeah, there are a couple of people who attended the workshop. And I think a couple of minutes in, before I even delivered the class, that question came up. So it's more of a mindset. It's more of a mindset shift than it is a money challenge. The question on capital came up before the workshop itself. And one boy can bear me witness, there were many people who signed up for that workshop, but the moment they realized, apa hakuna pesa wali. See, we be honest. Allow me to just be honest. They dropped off. And I would wish one of the people who attended the session, start to finish, could tell us, was it valuable or not? If you attended that workshop, for example, and you didn't have capital, the 5,000 you are talking about, did it open up your mind in terms of like where you can get the capital? There are many people working with this phone, this smartphone. If you have a smartphone and you are invited, let's say you don't have bundles, but you're invited to a place like this, they have Wi-Fi. So come and make very good use of it. So by the time you're leaving here, you will have communicated or done something on the internet that could move you from point A to B. Most of us want to move from zero to millionaire overnight. it doesn't work. It's a brick on brick kind of thing. And if you are consistent and if you're patient enough, and if you actually, I think maybe one of the things I would challenge most to do is to create a personal brand online. Right? So when you come here, communicate that you're here and this is what we are doing and this is what you like about the program and this is what you learned. There's so much content you can create from just this one interaction, which will be just a couple half day, right? But there's free Wi-Fi, so you can actually do all of this, schedule the content and let it go. But usually when you're out there, opportunities have a way of finding you. But if you're in your room or at home, quiet, wallowing about, these challenges that you're facing, you don't have this, you don't have that, you look at others, just, find opportunities and take off and leave you behind. I would say go out there. This is something I teach my daughter. And you can imagine, I think my experience as her mother is different from her experience as the person with disability. I think it's totally different. It breaks me more than it breaks her, but I don't let her see it. If I need to cry, I will go behind the tent, I will cry, and I'll come back and I'll tell her, you got this, try again. You understand? So it's about, is your glass half? Yes, it's half, right? But what's your perspective? Are you looking at it as half empty or half full? I think it's mostly a mindset shift. And the more you put yourself out there, the more opportunities find you. And I actually like that there are so many people creating awareness on disability. There's a guy I follow called Chairman. I really enjoy his content because there are so many things. How many know Chairman? Huku kuna watu wako TikTok, jameni. I thought I'd find more hands in this room than the people who raised their hands. But he creates a lot of awareness on disability. He's educating us about his disability. But you know what else he's doing? He's creating opportunity for himself, guys. It's doable, I would say. Mindset shift is where to start.
Okay, thank you so much. So the key thing is mindset shift. Okay, great. And I like what you have said, that opportunities are there, but they always come to the people who are prepared. So if you're not prepared, the only thing you'll be doing is actually complaining. There are no opportunities, and there are specific people who more or less tend to get those opportunities. Okay. And I like the challenge you have given us, that we can even start as simple as doing a selfie here with your neighbor. Just take a selfie or a photo, put it on LinkedIn, tag your neighbor and say what you are doing in this conference today or in this career fair. Okay? You never know who is going to see that and be interested in that. And for me, and even better, and even I believe our panelists, most of the opportunities we get is because we put ourselves out there. It's not because we sit down in our houses and opportunities meet us. Okay? So today we have gotten to know Chairman from Safaricom. So that's a network I'm going to get. So I've got to know Anne. You never know the next 1 year, 2 years, where our paths will cross, where opportunity will cross. We'll benefit one another in one form or another. So a challenge I'm going to give it to you as we wrap up, so I'm going to give each and every one of them to give us their closing remarks, is ensure you have taken a photo. Are we in agreement? Ensure you have taken a photo with somebody or with your group or the table you are in, and ensure you have posted it, either on LinkedIn, TikTok, wherever you are, or socially. Just put that, have a narrative, and then let it be. Opportunity will find it. Okay, and be consistent in doing that. So as we come to a close, and this is not the close, we're going to have a Q&A session. I'm going to allow Madam Shelby to actually do your closing remarks, followed by Anne, and then Ms. Kyoko as well.
Yeah. Okay, so I think for me, I'll pick up from what Anne has asked. What do you have? Because it's you can look at things from, the glass is half empty. And that's what I'm here to talk about, skills. What skills do you have? Yeah. What does the world need right now? Think of all the skills. That's where you start. Where is the demand? Yeah. And what do I have? And whatever I don't have and I need to, what am I doing about it? Yeah. So don't ask yourself, and I've heard, this is a phrase, don't ask what the organization is going to do for you. What is the right question to ask? What are you going to ask? I can't hear you. Yes, and what am I bringing to the table? How can I add value to this organization? I think that's what I'll say for closing.
My closing remarks would be, I'm not a person living with disability. I have an idea because I'm raising a girl who has a disability, but I'm sure I still do not understand it. And so there's something my mother used to say. I'll say it in mother tongue and then I'll translate it for you. She used to say in Kikuyu, so if you have a Kikuyu friend sitting next to you, maybe they can translate. She used to say, ruodoigu wanagiro, which means, I'm hoping your Kikuyu friends sitting next to you. Let me translate it before we have a broken telephone situation. But basically what that means, it's my pain is mine. It's very difficult for her to understand it and to feel it and to carry it in the same weight I carry my pain. It's also really difficult for you to estimate which pain is more. Is it mine or is it hers, for example? So your pain is your pain, right? And only you are able to experience it and carry it with the weight that you feel it. It's really hard to paint a picture for someone else. And so what I have learned is you can turn your pain into profit, into purpose and into profit. Let me tell you about my pain, which might not equal yours, but you can relate to the story. I have been an entrepreneur for 9 years, and I've failed at maybe 5 businesses in those 9 years. I'm on my 6th, right? Many would be broken and they would be like, I don't think I can do this anymore. This one is not for me. I am so bad at this. There's a way to look at it, but also you can choose to look at it that I am learning something as I go along. Now, initially, I used to wonder, I thought I was smart. What's happening? I thought I'm a smart person, you know? But ni kama hainiitiki. But you know, nikianguka na lia siku kadhaa najiambia hapana, I think you can earn, and then I get up and try again. What if you got up and tried again in whatever pain that you're experiencing? And one day I got up and I thought, are there other people experiencing the same pain as I am? And I started creating content on TikTok, actually. I was hiding from my millennial friends because they had not caught up, so I could be myself over there by myself. And I started sharing my pain. And funny enough, now I have a community of other people whom we are journeying together, and our pain might be different, but we kind of understand each other, you know? We can help each other sort of overcome. We can help each other with tools and resources. We can help each other with opportunities, and I can't begin to tell you how that one decision of sharing my pain, how much opportunity it has brought to my life. So with my parting shot, that is my very long parting shot. I hope that helped.
Thank you so much. To the employers in the room, disability is not inability, and I attest that we can. Yes, we can. When we are given the opportunity, we can. To my fellow persons with disability, there is a lot of noise outside here, but one thing that I need us to know, do you, always do you, and tujitume. Thank you so much.
Yeah, amazing. With a round of applause, let's appreciate our panelists. You guys have been an amazing panelists, a well of wisdom for us. And I know because you are limited by time, you could have gone deeper to having this discussion. But the key thing is for us, we are trying to build spaces and places where we can have these honest conversations so that we can actually be able to see the opportunities which can come out of this and the linkages we can actually build up. So we're going to pause here. When we come back from our tea break, we still have my panelists here, and they're going to have a Q&A. Okay. and I want you to ask them questions. I'm going to open the floor for Q&A. Ask them any questions you want, and they'll be able to answer. We have a very interesting and fun activity after this. So I'm going to invite Brother Salome to come and guide us on what is going to happen next. But we allow them to actually go back to their seats. Let's give them another round of applause.
Okay, let's appreciate Stanley for the good work, and the three ladies, let's appreciate them. Yes, so thank you so much for pouring into us. I could feel the passion that they were doing that with. And because one of us will be leaving at some point, I would want us to, just like 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. If there is a very burning question to Mr. Peter Njoka that you would want to pose, so that we can, because there's another commitment that is waiting on him, a very burning question, like if you want to join Safaricom, yes. Any burning question, I'm just going to give 2 questions, gender. One from a lady and one from a gentleman. Any burning question for Mr. Peter? People are satisfied. They don't even want to join.
There is one.
I said you never know what can happen. You never know what can happen. Anything can happen in this room. I'm not promising anything.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Limo Solomon from Uasin Gishu County. I take this opportunity to say thank you. My question to Peter, me personally, I would like to maybe, mimi natafuta kazi. I'm looking for a job, maybe to feel, yani, so that I can feel my own, and I can enjoy my own money. Because whenever even my parents, wakiniona, they are like, I've spent money since I was born, and maybe like now I'm a bit nikona disability, so anaweza akienda mahali fulani ataweza, so something like that. So unaelewa tu mtu mwenye ako tu sawa, capable. So and like on the other hand, like kuingia kwa entrepreneurship in terms of maybe kuuza manguo na kuchukua inataka pesa. So how do I get to Safaricom? I've been like admiring. Aki kweli, ni sure. True. I remember in the year 2017, when I was doing my KCSE, Safaricom came to our school. Na Safaricom wakasema kuna hiyo 5% for people living with disability. We are looking for you guys. Msiende hivi nyumbani mkipata manini na mukae kwa msitu, because you are people living with disability. Mnaona like mkifika nyumbani wazazi wanawawacha, you don't go for college. So Safaricom came in, na it was so motivating. Same to Kenya Commercial Bank. Walikuja on the same year na wakasema the target guys are Form 4 guys who are going to leave. Mukienda, so go and do any other thing that it will impress those institutions. So today, Peter, how will I enter to Safaricom? Kindly.
Thank you. I think thank you very much for the question. First and foremost, I'm not sure just the way you look, I'll interview you. But having said that, I think I don't know who said that, and I like the panelists and how they have dealt with some of the questions that you have asked. The employer is looking for something. Do you have it? You see, it's not just the employee, or it's not just you who is looking for work. The employer is also looking for something. If you have that something that the employer is looking for, you are good to go. Right now, we are at 3.6% of our employees are persons with disability. And there are many, and Kok was here as one of them. It's not like we are not determined. We are actually determined, and we have a target. We have to reach that 5%. But that 5%, we must reach with people who have the skills that we need. Because again, you not get a job just because you are a person with ability. You get a job because you have the skills that the employer needs. And that's why I said, the first degree, the first diploma, the first certificate, just take you up to the entrance of the employer. Because, you have it. But it does not guarantee you a job. What guarantees you a job is the gap you are going to cross for that employer. I wish you started by saying, I have this unique thing that Safaricom is looking for. Can we have a talk in my tent? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So is there a lady? I don't want to. A lady? Timothy, we had agreed. There's no lady, Timothy, I'll give you.
There's one.
Oh my.
Okay, I'm Patience Nyaga. I heard Peter say that like Safaricom is looking for persons with disability who can assist them in making accessible products for the users. Well, for me, right now I'm working on a project that we are trying to develop an AI that will be assisting people with speech impairment. So I would like to be part of the team, so if you can share platforms on where maybe we can apply, or how are you going about it? Yeah, I would appreciate.
When you mentioned the word AI, yeah, because that's what we want. So, Patience, share your CV with me. And I'm not promising anything, because I don't know what she has. I don't know what she can do, but AI is an area we are focusing on. And it's not AI basic. It's not AI 101. That you went and find a course here 2 hours, then you say, it is what you can do with that AI. Okay? What are you doing with AI? What can you do with AI? What can you do for us with the AI that you have? Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, let's appreciate Mr. Peter for his testimony. I know he had to make a lot of adjustments in order for him to be here for this meeting, so I want us to appreciate him in a better way. Thank you so much, sir, for making time to come. We will be sure to call you again. How many want us to call Peter again? We will call him again so that we can gain from his wisdom, and I know that we will be able to push forward. Thank you so much, and we'll be allowing you to leave at some point. So we want to break for tea. If you are here and you need assistance, please remain where you are. Don't move. We have Somerset as part of us, so they will be able to attend to us wherever you are. So those that need assistance, please don't move. But we're going to do this in a shorter time, because I can tell you that in the next session, it's going to be so awesome. Are you ready for the next session? Yes, we will not be talking from here. We will remove the tables, we remain with the seats, and we are just going to have one-on-one, We're going to ensure that you hear from the employers. You hear directly from the employers. So that's what we're going to do after tea, so that you may hear from the employers, they may hear from you, and they may be interested in you. So make sure you don't hold back. Don't hold back. Make sure you are doing the best. How many know something called speed dating? Stop looking at me with innocent faces. How many know speed dating? Which one? You're asking which one? So we are going to do something like that in the next session, but speed career interview, not speed dating, but speed career interview, where you're going to give you an opportunity to talk to the employers in a short time, from the hospitality department, from the IT, from the transport industry, from the tech. So we're going to have that opportunity. So at this point, I release us to just take tea. If you need assistance, you can point any of us, and we'll be able to direct the right persons to come and serve you. So don't leave, please don't leave. We have only released Mr. Peter. We have not released anybody else. So we request the employers to please be with us so that we can continue impacting the young people with disability. So thank you so much. We can just use any of the doors. This door or this door. Please, we can open that door. There's tea here. We don't have to line up on this side, all of us. There's tea on this side. So that's just the tea staff are joining us online. We'll be back in a few. So just stay with us and I'm sure you will be impacted. Okay, so I'm waiting for people to arise, those that are able to arise. Because we only have 20 minutes, only 20 minutes, and those are many, so that we can secure more time for the speed career interview. So I need us to move. I need us to move. I'm looking at you that is able to move so that you can move. Use any of the doors on my left or on the right and get some tea. And then in the next 20, by 11:45, we'll be back.
You can go and take the lead before procedure will be here. Want to?
will be communicated. The communication will come through the PA from the FCC, that is the Fire Command Center, advising you to remain calm as the situation is being investigated. If it's an actual fire, another communication will ask you to evacuate, probably to the fire assembly point, which is at the right here from the main entrance. Or another communication will ask you to continue their meeting because the situation has been contained and it could be a false alarm. So what we always ask is you remain calm, wait for the communication. You don't have to rush, the security is always here to ensure you are safe. Another thing, we also have an emergency gate here. In case of any emergency, we don't have to use the other gate here, the other main entrance gate. We definitely have to use the emergency gate for maybe the fire engines and the ambulances, just in case we have one. But since we opened the property, we have never had such cases, and we thank God for that.
Okay, so if you can hear me or you can actually see me, please clap once, clap once, clap twice, clap once, clap thrice. Amazing. Okay, so I want us to get back to the program. We only have 1 hour remaining, and we are aiming to actually keep time. So please find a seat. I'm also going to request my panelists to come back really fast. My panelist, Madam Anne, please come back to the podium. Madam Shelmith, Kyoko, Miss Kyoko, please come back. I want to do a very quick Q&A before I give instructions of what we are going to do next. And I'm trying to buy time for those who are still eating. Okay, wakomemalizia, sindo? Okay. So it seems I'm missing my panelist. Wamepotea? Okay, thank you. Okay. So I promised we are going to have a very quick Q&A session, a chance to just ask them questions. So we're going to use the next maximum 10 minutes to do this. So if you're outside, I will really request you to just get in. Anybody who is outside, please get in. Okay. And somebody look for me, Eunice. No, Winnie Kyoko. I know she's outside. So Betha, if you see her, please just tell her to come back. She's outside somewhere. Okay, great. So is there anyone with a question for our panelists? And as you can see, our panelists are following instructions. That's much a selfie. Sindio? If you have a question for our panelists, please raise your hand. We have an extra mic. Any question based on the discussion we are having? And it can be a very specific question to a certain panelist or even a general question you want them to address. So please feel free to actually ask them. Okay. No, if you don't have, but if you have, it will be a good one. Okay, you'll be a first person to actually start. So let me see, who am I going to appoint as my assistant today? Takakazi, will you help me out? Help me out, pass the mic, tafadhali. Sindio? Okay, so there's a lady there. Just raise your hand. Okay.
Good after tea. My question is,
We have Madam Shelmith as well as Anne.
oh, yes, Shelmith. It's a bit of a long name. long name. But my question is, you are an HR, right? So if I came to an interview and I wanted to write my responses instead of responding verbally, would you, oh, sorry. I think the mic is, okay. So my question is, I think it's...
Okay, I think the mic is fluctuating. So probably somebody from the media, you can help out. But I think you're quite audible, just go ahead.
My question was, if I came for an interview and I couldn't verbally respond to the questions, would it be possible for you to allow me to write my responses?
Did you get the question? Okay. So let me repeat the question on her behalf. So she's asking if she comes to an interview and she's not in a position to verbally respond to questions, can she be allowed to actually write them down? Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay.
The second question.
Second question.
How many persons with disabilities have you employed so far? And what are their disabilities? Maybe do you have like the disabilities disaggregated in terms of types of disabilities?
Okay.
So thank you for that question. So we spoke, I think, in the previous session. I talked about if you need, during the recruitment process, if anybody needs any sort of adjustments, accommodation, that is considered. But they have to indicate what kind of accommodations that they need. Yeah. So for instance, if you need to, let's say, write or you have a challenge, whatever challenge it is, then we are able to consider that and make it easy for you, because you see, we are trying to be inclusive. So whatever challenge you have, or as long as they are known, you have to make them known. So as long as they are known, then we are able to consider that and make the necessary adjustments that you need to be able to thrive, to do well in let's say in a session like that one. Yeah, so that's the first question. And then you asked about, do we have people? Yes, we do have. Remember I said the bank is big on diversity and inclusion. Remember I said we recognize that diversity is good for business. Yeah. So I can say we have about, let's say, maybe 15 to 20, say about 15 colleagues, and it's mainly visual type of disability. And so for people who are visually impaired, so you'll find that they are probably mainly in a call center, where maybe it's easy for them because probably it's just the headset they need and whatever else is required, that's provided for. So that's the main type of disability I can say. But we have colleagues with different types of disability, but that is being the main. Well, I think not the main. It's not that we say we are getting people who are, we can only take in people who have visual impairment. It's just that probably you'll find that those are, when we are recruiting for roles, those are where maybe we feel we are able to accommodate more. Remember, we are able to accommodate and or maybe they're able to also, we want to recruit people who, in places or in roles that they can thrive, right? So, it's just, I think it's just out of just circumstance that it so happens that maybe most of them are in most of them have that challenge, but also there are many other colleagues who have who are existing in the bank and with different sort of disabilities. So you'll even see albinism or those kind of, let's say, mild autism, as long as they can work. Because for us, it's not, remember, we are not stressing, we are not focusing on how abled, how differently you're abled. We are focusing on your ability, yeah? And that's what we want to work with. So in terms of the numbers, I think I've given that, and I probably here say we can do more as a bank, because we are actually looking out to make the bank more and more inclusive. Yeah, I hope I have done it justice.
A question? Yes. Okay, so one more question. Is there any other question? So I'm going to take, hey, I'm really trying to be mindful of time. So I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4 more questions, allow me. Then we put a pause at that, then we move to the next. Yes, sir.
Very quickly, Shalmith. The process for recruiting those whom you've said you have who are disabled, did they go through the normal process, or there is something that you did differently so that you could be able to target them? And then secondly, 15 sounds like a good figure, but coming from a mathematical point of view, I would want you to present it as a percentage of the total employment.
Well, I'm not very good at math, but that's the convenient answer. Yeah, but as I said, I think let me answer that by saying, I said we could do more, right? So we are there, and you acknowledge 15 is not so bad, but I also agree that we could do more. And for us, I think for me, especially in my space, it's the partnerships that we are working with, yeah? So I'm happy that we partner with, let's say Sightsavers or other organizations, that where we are able to, in case we need to reach out to now people with who are able differently, we know where to source, because as I said, remember I said, I'm not able to tell from where I sit. I'm not able to tell who is disabled, who is not. So, but when we have partnerships like this, then we're able to even get like a database of people who have different skills, what they can do, and then we use that to match them with the roles. In terms of recruitment process, remember, as I said, you have to declare them. You have to tell me what challenges or what accommodation you need. Otherwise, I would not be able to tell. So when you are able to declare that you have, you are able differently, then we make accommodations. For instance, we have assessments that when you're applying into roles, we have assessments that must be done, especially by external candidates. So when you declare that, something like an assessment like that, which is usually timed, you'll find that the timer is removed. So ordinarily for our, anybody would probably be timed to do an assessment within, let's say, 30 minutes. But when you declare that you have, let's say, a challenge, then that timer is removed and you're able to do it at your own pace. So I think that's an accommodation that even in the recruitment process, you can see helps somebody who has any form of, let's say, a challenge like that during recruitment.
The reason why I asked about the percentage is because I believe as an organization, you should be having a policy on where you want to get in terms of the percentage of persons with disability you've employed. And without knowing the percentage, it would be very hard for you to gauge whether you are going towards it. Maybe you've even surpassed it, and some other organizations are saying they have employed more than you. If it is not a policy, maybe it should be made a policy so that you have a figure to work towards. And maybe I would say, once you know the percentage you want to get to, it will guide the way you go about the recruitment and the partnerships that you'll need to make so as to be able to achieve that percentage.
Agreed, and thank you for that. I think for me, I have a figure in mind. I would want from my KPIs, I'd want to get us to 50. We are now at 15. I would want us to get to get. So we are talking about close to 1,000 people. Yeah. So I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is good.
So thank you for acknowledging that.
Okay, just being mindful of time, we'll ask a bulk of questions, then allow you guys to answer all of them at the same time. Is that okay? Okay, so I think we had a few people here. So we start with the gentleman here, then go to the back. Okay, let's start with him. Then also let us know who you are directing the question to.
Okay, thank you. My name is Timothy Kongo Wamboi. My question I'm directing to Madam Shelby. Persons with disability have a challenge whereby when they get the job, there is a question on how do they retain their job, and a question about promotion in job. Because you find that a person with disability, maybe he or she came as an intern, as an entry level, and has worked there for so long and has not been promoted, or you find that so many companies, they are just giving internship but not retaining the persons with disability. How can we address this? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next. At the back, there's another question. Yes, there. The gentleman at the back. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Obed Ombasa. I have two questions, one directed to, I believe she's Madam Ann Mwea, and another one directed to Madam Winnie Koki. So I believe when Madam Mwea was talking, she was probably addressing most of us direct, because probably we could have started some ventures and along the way they fail and we get discouraged. So for myself, I normally say it is a matter of time. But the question is, what could you advise or tell people like me who are determined to start ventures, be it business, agriculture, or anything else, but along the way, because maybe of the hard economic times we are facing, we find that they fail or they run down. So I think that is a question that is affecting quite a substantial number of us. If you could answer that, then it's good. For Madam Annie Koki, no, Winnie Koki, I'm sorry. So yours is a very interesting journey. If I got you correct, you started along the way as you described, you say that you barely had no experience and you had no skills. But along the way, you managed to get the skills required and eventually you acquired your current job. So probably if you could address us, which kind of skills did you get along the way? And probably if you can enlighten us and expand more on where you acquired the skills in terms of the platforms and maybe the sites, all the organizations that assisted you to acquire the skills. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So there is another question here. I think that's the last question. Is it? Okay. Second last question.
So my question is to Madam Shelby. My name is Whitney. I want to ask, when we talk about disability inclusion, we just don't mean employ people with disability. My question is, how do you train your other employees on disability inclusion programs? because you can't, most of them don't know about disability, so how do you do that? And then how do you train your interviewing panel on disability inclusion sensitivity so that they don't offend someone during the interviews? Yeah.
Thank you. Last question.
Okay, my name is Deborah Nahomicha. I'm asking, there is the way you grow up and you find yourself, you have a certain skill, you've not learned anywhere, and you go to an interview, you want to show you have this interview, but this person isn't believing you. What do you do? Like there is just this skill, you realize you have it.
Okay, let's rephrase that question so that it's clear. I don't know if you got that question. So there's a way you are born or from the environment you are in, and you have grown to build a certain skill.
Yeah.
And you get to the interview, how do you showcase that to the person
Yeah.
to believe that you can actually do that?
Yeah.
I think that push can be answered across. Okay, thank you. For fairness purposes, let me just pick one question to my right because I'll focus on the left. So if we can move all the way to the right, and this is the last one. So, and they're writing, so we'll answer them very fast. So my assistant to the right, all the way to the right. Okay.
Hi, my name is Helen. I have a fashion brand. I'm a designer. I make clothes. So my question is, we try as much as we can to include people with disabilities in our jobs, but when it comes to laying people off, we don't lay people off because they have a disability. Even other people do get laid off. So how do we lay people off if they are not doing their jobs, whether they have a disability or not? Because as a business person, I want someone who can deliver what my clients need. So if I employ you and you're unable to give my clients that, how do I deliver the shocking news without it being I'm laying you off because you have a disability?
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Hi. My name is Katrina Nyambura. Let me see if I'll do better here. Yeah, you already had a perspective. Msichana huyo. So I'll take it up from where she had left off on the question about skills. There are persons with disabilities, I believe even persons without disabilities, who are taking maybe short courses or are gifted in things that they didn't necessarily go to school for. So, but when interviewers are asking for people to apply for jobs, you'll find most barriers are that they want the degrees, the bachelors, the diplomas, and you'll be like, I can do this thing, but the only thing that is kicking me out is the requirements. Like, do we have hope that the corporate will open up to skills that people have, either naturally as a gift, or you've taught yourself, like nowadays even YouTube is a school, right? Yeah, but we don't get the degrees from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So allow me to pause at that point, please. Let's first answer all the questions so that we can also move to the next section of the program. So we'll start with Madam Chairman. You can answer your question then until Madam Winnie.
I think I'm going to try to combine the questions that I think are relevant or were directed to me, starting by what Katrina asked. About skills and a degree. I don't know if you know how the world is going right now. Papers are not so the like how it used to be previously. I don't know if you know that now. Yeah? Do you know even with Google what's happening? Do you think they are employing people with degrees? What are they going for? Skills. And that's why in when we spoke first, we said skills is what most organizations are now leaning towards. What can you do? Yeah. So when you have a skill, and I think it's also somebody asked, you know you have a skill, you know you can do it. Then how do you showcase? How do I know? How does when you get to an interview room, How do you showcase that such that somebody can tell that you actually possess this skill? I've seen people do things, and right now, you rightly said YouTube, all these channels that are available to us. There's no reason. I mean, I even have my family members who didn't have work, but they had skills in data, and they used to go in and just do their own projects, do different things with the skills they had, and then post them on LinkedIn, on their channels, YouTube, and before long, people started to recognize that these people had skills. And right now, as we speak, they're not even in the country. Yeah, they didn't wait for a job to come up. They took initiative. I think if you have a skill and you're sure of it and you can, it's what Peter, I think the chairman said, it's not just I know AI, it's about what can I do with AI, and who knows what you can do, how do you showcase that? And right now the world is a stage, yeah? Right now you can't say, with all the social media, and it's so easy for you to really show the world what you got. And before you know it, people will be chasing you. Employers will be chasing you. If it's skills that are needed by employers or businesses, I can tell you, just wait for opportunities to come up. As a recruiter, there are people that I have to keep calling because they have the skills, and many employers are looking for them, and we are like competing. And sometimes they even give me answers like, I give them offers, or they come back, they tell me, no, give me more. I go back, because we are looking for, we are chasing those people. Are you seeing? So instead of them looking for us, we are looking for them. Yeah? And because of what they have and the value that they're going to add to the organization. So I think another question was about promotion, trainings, and opportunities for existing. So when you get into the organization, very good, that's the first step. So as a bank, and I'm speaking, and I know not all organizations are at the same level as where, let's say, the bank is, yeah, because it has done a lot towards moving to this space. So we have trainings and regular trainings through webinars, through e-learnings, where existing staff and staff are taught how to treat or to deal with people who are able differently. So those kind of trainings, I can tell you, we have e-learnings that, for instance, are called When We Are All Included. Yeah? So that's a mandatory training for every staff to learn, so that we are able to understand how to deal with people who are able differently. How do you show them empathy? There are e-learnings that are also required to be done by people leaders. So that is managers of those people who have those people living with disabilities in their departments. Yeah, so that helps them, because the bank is aware we don't go to school, we may not know how to handle or treat people or who are different from us. So we have regular, constant e-learnings, trainings that help us to just be able to understand and how to treat us. To treat people who are different from. Who are able differently. So through trainings like those, people leaders are able to help their staff who may be challenged in different ways to thrive in their roles. Yeah? And I can tell you, my organization is an equal employer, and for us, roles and opportunities are given on merit. Remember we said that, yeah? We won't, nobody, even for an entrepreneur, nobody will give you a job just to fill a seat, yeah? So if you're thriving, and people leaders help people to thrive in their role, so if you're thriving, why won't you move on to the next step? So promotions come, yeah, even because you're able to do well on your role, because the people you're working with, remember, we have all been taught how to help you, and also your line manager also is able to help you succeed in the role that you are in. And so now promotions and other opportunities open up. I'm thinking I've bundled most of them, and yeah.
I was beginning to worry. Shelby was getting all the questions, and I'm like, yani huku hakuna mtu anataka kuanza biashara. You guys have refused. But thank you so much, the gentleman who asked this question. You asked the advice I would give people like you who have failed in entrepreneurship before. I don't know what advice can be given, but I would like to maybe advise that you get really comfortable with failure. Really, really comfortable with it. Expect that you might fail. Plan for it, so that when it comes, it doesn't crush you completely. Because I think entrepreneurship is it's like a university course with no ending. There's no, you won't get to a level and then you say now you know, from here I'm cleared of failure. You can literally grow your business to $1 million status or level in revenue and still fail. So the thing I like to look at is, what lesson am I picking from these failures? Yeah, what is this teaching me? And I think going by my journey so far, what I would say is the number one, and this is I don't have statistics to back this up, but from my experience and from the entrepreneurs I in my community, the one major, biggest contributor when it comes to failure, because you know there are small fails and then there is the one that completely, like you're left with nothing kind of failure, it's a knowledge gap. And you can rarely will your income exceed your personal development. So we have many people, and I began by saying the circumstantial entrepreneurs. You're there from circumstances, right? You want to make money. So what is driving you is the making of the money. Yet building a business is truly creation of value that is valuable to someone else, that you can deliver to them for them to pay you back, to pay you sort of like value back. And that whole process, if you don't know how it is done, or if you're not continuously learning, because I mean, there's AI, there's so many skills coming up. So as an entrepreneur, if you're falling behind, you will find yourself in a situation where you're unable to manage some of the challenges that will come at you. So there's a huge knowledge gap. Our school system did not teach us how to be entrepreneurs or innovators. We are built for employment. Right? So if you go straight up into entrepreneurship, thinking that you have enough knowledge to be able to execute and build a business, that's now kitakuramba kutoka hapo sasa. So be open to coaching, be open to mentorship. YouTube University, it's free. Absolutely free. There's so much you can learn on YouTube. Just when you're starting a business, act hata kama ni viatu unauza. Right? Hakuna mtu anauzanga viatu same. Unapatanga kwa duka, hii iko next na hii. Hii haishangi customers. Huyu anaangalianga tu, anashangaa wale customer wanafika hapo aje. Yet they are selling the exact same thing, they are in the same location, but their execution, the execution is where it's at. And I know there are many people who don't share business ideas because Shelby will steal my business idea. There's nothing like that. An idea can't be stolen. It's not like bread or something else. It's an idea is just an idea. They come a dime a dozen. There are so many of them. Execution. I can literally tell you what my business is. I give you everything and I leave you to it, and you won't be able to execute it the way I do. Execution is the key. So if you're executing and you lack knowledge, it's like you're shooting in the dark, right? You're in a dark room, you're shooting around, aiming at something. You will probably catch, yeah?
Thank you. I think in the morning, Stanley mentioned if maybe where could you be apart from the role that you would currently I am in. Just to mention, I would be a chef. Yes, a cook, because I also have the skill. Just to start from Kidogo, my background, I am a chef by profession, and because of my condition, it came to a time that the doctor recommended that I cannot stand for long because of the implant. So now it's where reality hit my head, and through that, I sat down and I thought to myself, what can I do? I've been told I cannot stand for long, and it's something that I'm really passionate about. So during when I was passing through healing, the journey of healing, because of my implant that I have, I came across and I thought that IT or digital marketing is very, very paramount. And it's where I now started the passion of doing digital advocacy. I also believe in networking, and during a platform like this, I took myself and now asked one of my colleagues that I was seated next to, and we introduced ourselves, and from there, I didn't know she was a director of one of our organizations and a very good partner, Gifted Community Center. From there, we communicated well. Then thereafter, I got in now the NGO world, and I found myself in the NGO world. With the NGO, I thought to myself, what can I do great with disability and matters inclusion? Then now I started my journey as a digital inclusion advocate. From there, I now started attending forums. I now started networking in those forums, and I also now got the opportunity even to get a scholarship with the IT Bridge. In the IT Bridge, it's when now again I realized that I have the passion with cybersecurity, and I took in cybersecurity. And through the cybersecurity, because I'm also passionate about communication, it's not just about the IT, then I now I continue building myself, matters communication, and also IT. And by God's grace, it's where now when the opportunity came for Safaricom, I applied as an intern. Also, just attaching my my CV and now just revamping it with the skills that I have. It's now that I got the opportunity after being an intern, and during my training and also working as the intern in the organization, I could not see any opportunity and leave that opportunity pass. So one thing that I can encourage us, even apart from the skills, apart from the passion that we have, we also have to go for opportunities. You don't have to sit down. And as mentioned, for the skills, there are so many platforms outside here. And one thing that I know, when you prepare yourself, when you acquit yourself, opportunities for real will find your way. They will come just your way, and you'll find yourself thriving to the things that you love. So, Obed, there are opportunities outside here. We must have to maximize on communication. And how will communication come out? First, accept yourself. You know, it's something that comes from inward, going outside. I came and took time for myself, knowing that I can communicate, I can teach, I can volunteer myself, and through that, it's where every day I would learn, I would attend forum for me to grow. So I must attest skills we have to get and build our skills in everything. Always be prepared, because when you're prepared, any opportunity that comes your way, you're going to grab it and you're going to run with it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, one parting shot from Anne, then we are done.
Sorry, Patrick, this one was burning inside of me. I wanted to say something about skills. So there is a misconception that for you to to, what's the word I can use, to be allowed to speak on something or to be given permission, you need to have achieved greatly. Like you need big brands to say, yes, Stanley has achieved and now we've given him the mandate to speak on a certain topic, which is, there's no award like that exists, does it? And all of us are so scared. We are waiting to be given permission, or we are waiting to feel worthy of talking about, let's say, like a certain skill that we have. I dare the people in the room today, if you are intentional about, let's say, learning AI, let's give an example, right? You want to learn AI, that's a skill that you have found is marketable in the market and you want to learn it. Take people with you on that journey. The things you're learning, the things you're failing at, it is human. We are all failing. Who hasn't failed this year? Lift your hand in anything. You've accomplished everything you wrote in your New Year resolution. Who has? Do you have anyone like that? Please raise your hand. I'd like to see. Are you seeing every single day you have accomplished everything you set out to?
Not really, but like you said, embracing failure is still an accomplishment, because even me, I've been into different, trying out different things, into entrepreneurship. I'm into web development, also majoring also in data science, and also still also a farmer. I do farming, but into farming, it's where the failure has been real.
Dust, eh?
So I tried it to a first round. It didn't work out that much. Second round, at least it worked out. Now I'm in the third round. I'm really hopeful maybe it might work out well. So it's a journey.
It's a journey.
And the moment you are able to go back and start again, it's part of that accomplishment. Yes.
Yeah. So I do encourage you, like what he's saying, that's growth. That is how progress looks like. It's not linear. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. But you know, the graph kind of goes like this. Eventually you get to where you're going. Learn to share your journey, even when you've not reached the top. Because most of the people are on the same journey. You will find so much community there. Let me shock you. I sat down with Elvis. I don't know if you guys know Elvis Warutumo. Yeah? I sat down with him, and about maybe a year and a half ago, we all know he's been talking about AI and computer literacy and digital literacy and all of that. So about a year and a half ago, he launched a course, Basics of Computer, I can't remember what the title was, but basically it was just Basics of Computer Literacy. Unaona, sijui kama mlienda, unajua mimi miaka yangu ni mingi, mlienda computer classes. Nani alienda computer classes? It was something similar but upgraded kidogo to fit the current times. He charged 2,500 per person. It was supposed to be for 4 weeks, class once a day. He got 400 sign-ups. Nani ako na calculator? 2,500. Shelby, do you need a calculator? But are you seeing what I'm saying? You guys are expecting to win awards, to be seen, to be given permission, to be there so that you can do something. It is. Aliniambia aliingia train akarudi na gari yake kutoka Mombasa. And this is from verbatim, from his mouth. This is not a story I had. And there is so much that is happening, but all of us think these opportunities are not for us, or we've not reached there, or we're waiting to be given permission. Those digital skills, be your biggest advocate. Say, I know how to do this, and this is how it's done. That's the other thing. People don't want to show other people how it's done. But by showing the world on the internet, Shelby will locate you, okay? Sindio? yeah, you will have created opportunity for you, right? So if when you're sharing your journey, give value to someone else who doesn't know the thing that you know, and for sure value will come back to you. Nimemaliza.
So let's appreciate our panelists. Allow me not to take further questions for now, but let's appreciate them as they have their seats, as I also invite Madam Salome back here. We want to move. I know there are questions. I'm trying to actually cut off the Q&A. It seems there is burning questions. Salome, what do we do? Let me ask. Before okay, so what we are going to do is the next session that we are having is a one-on-one with our employers. It's a comment, even a comment because of time. We are going to have more of an up close with our employers, okay? And within those setups, we are going to be able to give our comments, but also we're also going to have a chance to ask questions. So allow me to, it's okay, they are supporting me to be done, you know, tumaliza pamoja, si ndio? It's okay. So let's allow them to have their seats. Actually, you can use, I think the stairs are way better. Yeah, let's use the stairs. It's easier. I think that's a very steep ramp unless you have somebody to hold your hand. Okay, so somebody you guide us? Yes. Okay, so somebody please help Koki, kindly. Hold their hands. Gentlemen. Yeah. Where are the men? The men in the house. You allow ladies to go down peke yao, wakimbie. That's a very steep ramp. Very, very steep. Okay. We'll give feedback to the hotel. And we'll assist. Okay. Where's the other mic? Okay, please.
Okay, so let's appreciate our panelists once again. We hope to take very few minutes in the next session, and I know that we are really in different spaces, in different locations in terms of our sitting position, but what we want to do is probably have like 4 groups. This is because we have so many participants. We don't want people to be lost, in the conversation. We would want you to have as much information as you can get. So this is just to the employers in the room. If you have an interest, you want to be able to incorporate a person with disability, an employee with disability with specific skills, please see myself and Esther Wambui, who is standing right now. She's right now standing. Yes, Esther Wambui. She had introduced herself. See us. This team of job seekers with disabilities are not new to us. We've worked with them a journey, and Yusudi has also worked with some of them. So we are a bit confident about them. So don't hold back. If you see potential employee with disability, a potential part of your staff, you can always reach out to them or reach out to us, and we'll be able to do the needful. So I'm just saying this so that we can have a meeting that has deliverables, like outcomes, outputs, to be able to see that there's something we are carrying home. I'm happy to see that one of us has already expressed interest, and so we are going to have 2 people that are going to be taken up as cashiers, 2 cashiers and a customer care attendant. Ebu pigie huyo employer makofi. So I know Somerset is really listening keenly, because I know that they'll be here also to be able to see who is here, that they can be able to also provide opportunities to. And I'm just talking on behalf of those that I have interacted with. So if there is another employer, please feel free, and I will be able to facilitate that kind of connection. So in the next session, we want 4 groups. So what we are going to do, we are going to probably have, I know the team of the deaf participants in the room will need to be in one space. So we'll see how we do that. But we'll have one group there, another group here, another group here, and another group there. We don't have so much space, but we can have, I think, one here in the middle. So one there, I think there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 groups. So what we are going to do, we'll try our best to see how we maximize the next probably 30 minutes to do that. And I request that once people start getting into groups, let's not take advantage of that time to step out. Let's just be here. But what you're going to do is, let me see the participants in the room. If you could just lift your hand. The participants in the room. Okay, so let me have the employers first, I think.
Actually, it would be easy if employers stand up.
Yes.
We see how many employers we have.
Could
so
we
if you're
have-
representing a company, an organization, please stand up.
A company, an organization,
organization,
even an SME.
An SME, please.
Please stand.
Yes.
Please stand. Okay.
Okay,
Bwana
amazing.
Duncan. FK ni...
A federation as well.
Okay, a federation. Federation also.
Better.
You're a potential employer.
You're one of our biggest employers as well.
Yes, I know. Okay, great.
Okay. So how many are there? I think we can do a number count.
Yes.
I think from EBL we can start number 1 all the way.
Please could just 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That kind of a count. Yes.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
1, 2,
2. Okay. So all the ones employers will be on that.
I think they can move. Can they move as you mentioned them so that it's easy?
Yes,
they see
yes.
them. Okay.
Yes. So you'll assist me when I...
Yes. So number 1s are coming on this side.
Come on this
Employer
side.
number 1.
Employer number 2.
Employer number 2 sit here.
Employer number 3, employer number 4, please
Employer number
kindly.
3, and then employer
We'll only
number
take
4.
30 minutes, only 30 minutes.
So just to recap that, employer number 1, the far left. Employer number 2, it's this table here. We figured out a way. Employer number 3, it's more or less the center
Number
table.
1, number 2, number 3, number 4.
Yes.
Hosea, where are you? Yes. Number 3. Okay. Oh, you are at the right place. Okay.
Okay.
Number 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
I think as employers are moving, it's a good time for them to know one another. Yes. I can see better they're already networking. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Still getting good news from some of us here. If you have skills and you don't have certification, see me, I'll connect you to Mr. Duncan. You'll be assisted. If you have skills and you don't have certification. Apo Meshika, see me, I'll be able to connect you with Mr. Duncan. We have everything in this room, okay? So now that the employers are stationed, I think what we can do is, next time we're going to do it a bit more better, but what we are going to do is that we're going to have participants in one, in number 1, number 2. Let me see the participants stand, please. I think we can do that also for participants. Let's stand up so that it's easy and it's faster. Participants peke yake. Participants peke yake. Job seekers with disability, please stand. Those that can, sorry. So those that can. So if I'm on your table and you're there, just let me know so that I mention you. So we have number 1 next to Esther, number 1. The next participant on that table. Is there another number 2? Okay. Number 3. Yeah. So number 1, 2, you are 2. Yeah. You are 2. Namwambia number 2 na yana niangalia nyuma. Number 2. Yes, 22. You can have your seat. Okay, Elsie nimekuachia ujue nani atakuwa number 3 na number 2. So number 4, is there a participant on that table? There is no participant. Okay, yes, Katrina, that's 4. Katrina, you're number 4. Okay, so this table, we can see the numbers from here. 1, 4. So kindly alert, Esther, alert for me this participant that he is number 1. No, okay, Elsie, alert for me that he's number 1, yes. Have you gotten your numbers? We want to be very fast. On this table, Josephine is number 1, and then number 2, yes. Oh, sorry, number 1, 2, 3, and number 4. Umeshika namba zenyu? Yes, and here we have number 1, number 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Number 1, number 2. Okay, 3, 4. Umeshika number? Okay, that's good. This table, any participant on this table? None. Okay. So here, now, you can give me the numbers here. You can give them the numbers from 1.
They need to be together.
Oh, they are together?
Yeah,
okay,
that can
just
be
let's say 1.
Number 1.
That is 1. Okay, so my sister 2. Okay.
We are proposing they can go into 2 groups.
Okay.
Because we are 2 interpreters.
Okay, great. Okay, you will know how to guide. So that is, you can just begin 1, 2, 1, 2. So you can begin from there. 3, 4. Anybody else in that table? Is there another participant? Okay. Okay, what wanajiuzulu? Okay, that is 3, number 4. No, that was number 4, number 1. Sawa sawa. Number 1 for you. Any other participant on that side? Number 1, number 2, number 3. 3, yes. Number 1, 4 and 4. And then we have number 1. Yes. 2, 3. Just alert her that she's number 3. And number 4. Okay, great. And number 1. Anybody else that has not received a number? Number 1 and number 2. Just tell her she's number 2. Great. Okay, tujipigie makofi kwa hiyo session. Okay, so what you are going to do is that I'm still checking on time. All the number 1 participants. So all the number 1 participants, let's go to that table. All the number 1 was there. Number 1 participants, let's go to that table. All the number 1s. Let's just try to be able to navigate through this so that we can get as much as we can. So all number 1s, please, I'm waiting for you. All number 1s, if you can, let's navigate to that table. If you'll not be able to, we'll see how we work with where you are. So number 1s, go to that table kindly. Number 1. You'll find some employers there. I hope the employers moved to that space.
I think the
Number
employers
2s
can sit down as well, then
Yes.
so that people can meet you where you are. So number
Yeah,
1
employers
on
you
this
can
side. Number 2 is this central
Yes,
table.
number 2.
So number 2, I hope the
Number
employer is
3.
there already. Who is the employer there? Okay, great. 2 employers there.
Yeah.
Number 3, we have gentleman here. The only employer.
here.
How many? Who else? 2
There are
employers
2,
there.
yes.
Then number 4 at the corner.
Yeah.
So you can, if you feel like the space is squeezed up, just pick the seat, move it closer to where it is. Just move the table across. We apologize, the space is a bit cluttered today and it's very squeezed. Number 2, it's this table here. So just pick a seat, wherever you are. Pick a seat. Ukaribie tu penye wako, si ndio? Wakaribie tu, ujue lazima wasikize, si
For the
ndio?
wheelchair users, just stay where you are. Just stay where you are. You'll be able to interact.
This
from
number
there.
1? 1 or 2? So why don't we join the tables? Then it becomes one table. Sindio?
Kindly, if you
Just ensure the gentleman can help me out. If you can just ensure we
if you
join
are
the
an
tables.
SME from
Yes.
Kiambu, an SME from Kiambu,
Just move this.
I want to give the instructions. So I'm waiting for number 4 to settle down. Number 4. If you are in the program team, I will request you to just see how you go round. We support the participants together with the employers. But we are just waiting on number 4. But because I see number 1 and 2 are settled, I will just go ahead and give the instructions. So what we are doing for number 1 and 2, and I think 3, I think number 1, 2, 3 are settled. So what we are doing is the participants, we want you to hear from to ask questions to the employers. And we are not going to dictate what questions you will ask. The employers that you're sitting with, most of them are human resource, in the human resource department, but some of them have also other experiences. You know, they have also worked in other sectors. So there are those that have done IT, there are those that have worked in the accounting, departments, and then you have employers in different kind of industries. We have the hospitality industry, we have I think the banking has stepped out, the Standard Chartered Bank, but you can gain as much as you can from the employers that you're seated with. So what you're going to do in the next few minutes, please make use of the time well. In the next 30 minutes, what you're going to do in those groups is you're going to have an opportunity to ask questions to the employers. And then for the employers, I would like you to just pick out something, a highlight from the discussions that we've had that you can be able to share with the participants, something that you've observed that is prevalent among the participants, and share with them. So probably 15 minutes for the participants and the employers. We wanted to do that in a few minutes and then shift you again so that you have an experience with another employer. We'll see whether we can be able to do that, but I would say for now, let's make use of the employers that are at our tables, okay? Yeah, so let's take this opportunity to ask the employers those questions that we still had, that were still burning. Let's ask those questions. The other thing to the employers, please be on the lookout. You may recognize talent, you may recognize skill as you listen to the participants. So I request that we don't just come out of here just like that, but we see whether we can get something out of it. So I'll release, I think 1, 2, 3 are settled. As we settle group 4, I will allow you to start off. So you have 30 minutes to have an interaction. Yes, let's start off. We don't have to have a chairman or a chairperson. Yes, let's just interact. I will request the employers also to take lead in the groups that they are in. Okay. In case of any questions, Stanley and I are here. You can just lift your hand, and then we can come to where you are, and we can always start off. The employers that I know you by name, it's unfortunate because if I see your table keeping quiet, I will be mentioning your names. Okay, let's start off.
So it's a manufacturing company, I'm sure you've heard of it, right? So we produce alcohol and non-alcohol.
Right. Okay.
Hi everyone.
Maybe I can I just briefly mention what we do, and then maybe I can also give my own an opportunity also to explain further. So Somerset Pacific Nairobi is a service apartment service disability that. So what we do, we are a hospitality industry. So when you talk about hospitality, we talk about hotels. Now you know us. So entirely what hotels do, we have different departments. We have operations. Of course, when you come in, you get a guest service, what we also call front office. We have food and beverage. We have food production. Give it back to you. We have housekeeping. And then also we have the administrative side, where we have the finance department, we have the sales department, and we also have now the HR department. So, Leah, you have something to say? Okay. So those are the departments that we work with. So when it comes to hiring, mostly that's what we look for in talent acquisition. Yeah. Anyone with a query? Anyone who has done maybe hospitality management amongst us? Okay. Somebody who has something to say or ask? Any questions?
Maybe just to ask, do you just hire people who have done hospitality management, or I could have done communication, but I am able to maybe front office? Do you also consider that? Other skills that can be applicable within the industry?
Okay, we do that, but mostly, majorly, we focus on those who have trained in those areas. But again, if we are having like trainees, we normally focus on those people who have trained in those specific areas. But again, if you have something that is you have a skill that is also related to that, we can be able to teach you on that, as long as you have the right attitude. Because again, nowadays, having like when hiring, we have to ensure that you have the right attitude, you're teachable. At least sometimes we may vary on that. Yeah. Yes. Hi. Yes. When it comes to data, that should be IT. Yeah, we have IT department. Yeah.
Must you have a certificate?
Okay, in hospitality we majorly do things like you have to be trained. At least there's something that you have a skill in that specific area. Unless you're starting all over like as a trainee. Yeah. Okay. Nimefanya hospitality. Oh.
6 months. Tumefunza food and beverage production na goods service. So bado na hatuja graduate bado. So this year ni attachment unatafuta
attachment. Hujapata bado. So just see me like before we are done.
For instance, in sales, which opportunities are there?
In sales, at the moment we don't have any opportunities. But well, it's always good to network, because anytime there's an opportunity, we know who we know who we can reach out to. Right? So this is also a networking platform, not just majorly if we have opportunities. We may not have opportunities, but again in future at least we have your details. Leah, she's in sales. Let me see.
So personally, I'm in sales. I'm a sales manager dealing with accommodation and conference. So basically, sales is about looking for business. Looking for business is like I'll go to Sightsavers, introduce ourselves, we create such kind of a relationship, and in a company that you can always contact to ask them. Maybe they have guests who are traveling. Mostly is for accommodation and conference. Conference in like this. This is conference already. Having people using your meeting room. Tomorrow, someone else will be traveling, and they will also like a place for accommodation. For us, basically, it's mostly accommodation, conference, events. Those are the main things for us, okay? We also have things like events, I mean things like birthdays, yes. And maybe Emma has not maybe mentioned, we also have disabled staff whom we've managed to absorb also, and they're in different departments, depending of course with your capability and maybe where you fit in well, yeah. So yeah, basically that is what sales and marketing, and okay, and also revenue. Revenue is just maybe like, you see, when you're selling something, you also need to know the amount that you're going to sell. If today I say like I'm going to sell my room at 20,000, where have you chosen 20,000? When I say I'm going to sell conference or lunch at 3,000, where is it going for 3,000? Where is it going for 5,500? You know, that kind of a thing. So it's basically more of revenue and sales and marketing. So you need to understand what exactly you're looking for, and and of course the people whom you also targeting. Because again, when you talk of corporate, because our main people are corporate, it's not every corporate that might be able to get to your target. And by this, hotels are different. We have a 1-star, we have a 3-star, or a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star. Somerset happens to be a 4-star hotel. 4-star heading to 5-star. In like by this depends also with the pricing of the hotel, the facilities that again we have in the hotels. Okay, so all depends with the different structures, and of course the setup, and what you're going, the facilities that as well you will have in this hotel. Yeah.
Okay, just for clarification, when I was asking about opportunities, I maybe wanted to know, maybe under sales, which kind of personnel do you need?
Okay.
Maybe customer relations,
Okay.
such like things.
Okay, for sales, for our setup here for the sales and marketing in department, so basically we have a marketer. It's mostly, we normally have marketers. These are people who maybe advertise, the people who are in charge, but it's only a guy, baby. At the moment, we only have one person who's doing marketing. We have a rooftop restaurant, we have a rooftop bar. This is a person who's trying to run all the things that happens in the hotel. Then we have the sales managers. Sales managers are 3. Mostly it's just corporate, going to look for business. There's this group that is coming to Kenya and they'll need accommodation. People who can go and talk to travel agents, you know. Yeah, so we have 3, and then we have our director of sales. Actually, she was around. She's around, yeah, the one who's standing inspects. She's our director of sales. So for her, she's the one who overrules, she's the one who is in charge of department. We also have reservations. Reservations is a person who is in the office to make bookings. That is purely in the laptop, in the machine, just to check what we are selling, how much we are selling. And of course, anyone who is booking, we can be able to send the confirmation and be able to check who is coming. Yes.
Kind of
okay. Okay.
I wanted to say, maybe I can go next. I represent an organization called the ILO, International Labour Organization. So we are an organization, one of the agencies under the UN. We work in a model called the tripartite model. So we work closely with workers, famously in Kenya known as Kotu Kenya, FKE, or the employers umbrella, and the government through the gateway of the Ministry of Labour to just advocate for better working conditions and what we call decent work in the country. So with that, I can mention briefly about some of the opportunities under the ILO, but also by extension under the UN. So we do have career portals for both the ILO, the UN, and all the other agencies which you can apply and tap into. So most of those portals would you then see the opportunities that are available. Specifically under the ILO, the Kenya office is what is called a field office, but we are under what is called country office, that is headquartered in Dar es Salaam. So our director for the region sits in Dar es Salaam. But here in Kenya we have about 35 headed to 40 staff, local staff who do project work. So one of the work that we do is advocating and capacity building around disability inclusion. So working closely with FKE, KOTU, and some of the other organizations. Tutaonana nyuma ya tent. Yeah, but in that tripartite setup. So one very important thing that I can mention before probably opening it up for any clarifications is under the ILO we have a very important platform, or one of the wings for learning is called ITC ILO, the International training center for children. So there we anchor a lot of learning opportunities. Many of the opportunities are paid for, but there are very good certifications that are free and are accessible to everyone. So there are diverse areas and very upcoming areas, innovation, AI, green jobs, future of work, entrepreneurship. So there are areas that somebody who wants to upskill can go to ITCILO and be part of the learning. I also have a bit of experience in banking, so I did a tenure of almost a decade in banking. So in case you have any questions, I might not be from the HR side, but from the employee side, probably I can share some insights. And from IT, that's where I started out my career. But currently I do communications. Thank you.
Someone else?
I would like to ask about IT because that is also my background.
Okay.
You have mentioned that you have these courses.
Yes.
So you are saying they are free or they are paid?
So on the ITCILO portal, you just go to itcilo.org. Then you can narrow them down. So you can look for free courses, and you can even look for courses within a specific area. So, if, for example, I know there is a course on AI that is free. There is a course on international labor standards, another course on gender inclusion. So the different topical areas might have free courses, and these are
our door access. For someone in a wheelchair, I mean, workspace, the way our workspaces are designed, there are offices everywhere. For you to move to the washroom is like in line with our building. So there is a lot of washrooms. And now I am conscious that we actually don't have a washroom for people with disability in any of our offices. And don't go telling people this. So my point is, to answer your question, the first part is when we recruit, we always include that. Because we want to know, and the reason why we include it is, to be honest, is that it can actually appear like discrimination because it means I'm going to know you have a disability. And most people will lie, they will say they don't, because they don't want to be discriminated. But why we ask is because, like Stanchart, we want to know whether our environment can be able to accommodate you. Because if we don't know, then we will be setting you up for failure. We do have proper access. You can walk in a wheelchair. People, you can walk nicely. We can make lifts are there, but there are some other very specific needs that needs to be put in place for us to be able to be more inclusive. Even the most important one I've learned today, and thank you for this chance to learn this, is that we also don't have managers who understand how to work with people with disabilities. That's why I learned
that, because now you deciding or you've already filtered the people, but you're deciding, we are not set up to handle this kind of guys. Where is that being informed? Have you done any form of assessment to know anywhere internally you don't have, or you're just looking at, by the way, because it can be someone like Dennis, and Dennis can walk. Dennis walks for like 5 kilometers. I don't mind walking, but maybe just because in my list, I'm a person with a physical disability, you shouldn't disqualify.
So that's what I'm saying.
So, like understanding whatever, even the actions that you're taking, whether to know whether you're accessible or not, put it through a system plan. Maybe do an accessibility audit. It's not just a physical access.
Yes, true.
Also
Very true.
just the process of the systems.
Yeah, so that's why I have gotten some contact here
yes.
for it's been called disability awareness training. So we'll begin there because I think I need to bring that on board for us now to actually be able to say we are prepared to be able to handle. Because if I have someone with hearing disability, I need to have managers who can interact with that person and who know how to be sensitive. And please forgive me if I'm saying things that may be offensive because it's not.
You're learning.
So please do forgive me because I have not had the chance before, so that's why I came today to really understand. And it has really opened my mind. And even what you're saying, that I might think that physical accessibility is what that will disqualify someone, but actually that might not even be an issue.
Yes, and that's why I asked my question, because we take those steps and actually discriminate on the basis of disability.
We don't, and we are thinking we are helping.
Yeah, and you think you are helping because you are like, sitaki kumsumbua, sitaki kuchukua hiyo opportunity, and then it becomes a hassle to them. By doing that, you're discriminating. But once you put through systems, at least it helps, and it helps the organization to grow.
Yeah, and for me, that's where I'm going to start. At least where I'm employed today, that's where I'm going to start. And also in my own side hustle, I'm also an entrepreneur.
I see there's a question here. Again, are ladies first or ladies first again? So go ahead and then we'll get back to you and then we'll get this. Yeah.
Sorry for cutting you short. So I think even allow me understand like what your potential employer, what do you do, like what is the main role of your company? Can you make us understand?
My role.
Not your role. You said you're a HR in your company, but what does your company mainly do? If you could have started from there, so that at least we dwell into the conversation, knowing the potential employers of it.
Oh, right, okay. So I work for WPP Scan Group. I think I've mentioned to some of you, WPP Scan Group. We are a marketing agency. It's really, as I'm saying it, we work with many other employers to help them build a brand. And so all those advertisements you see Safaricom doing, we are behind those. Airtel, we are behind those. Diageo, all those beautiful advertisements. And those adverts you cannot skip on YouTube. It is us. So when you want to get mad at someone, remember those in the video. So we are the ones who make those happen. So we have an array of skills that we hire for. But generally you could say people who are in marketing, whether it's traditional or digital. And literally, by the way, those are two very broad brackets because they are very specific things we hire. Some of the jobs we hire for is probably like PR managers, right? We hire people who do media, what you call on the above the line media, like TV, out of home, like billboards and stuff, things like those. Print media and all that. We have people who do social media, and they are very specific about doing social media. Social media is not about posting. It's not posting the way I also do social media, but all I can do is post. There's a whole industry in that space alone that we have, and very specific skills that we look out. So there's a lot of talent, and of course we have finance, HR, many other things, admin, just like any other organization. That helps.
Okay, fine. You can go ahead and then we'll get back to my
brother.
brother.
It's all about just because the way venye amesema, kwa nataka addition, nataka kujua more informed juu alikuwa na deliver information about venye anafanya. So like maybe mimi kuna like mimi ni dancer, mimi ni msanii, like as well as I'm a finance officer. Wewe mimi naweza pata chance, maybe tunaenda field mahali fulani, we are advertising maybe a given product. Naweza ingia huku hivi ni dance, mnaweza kwa sababu major tukiona advertisement hapa hawa jamaa wamepambika, wamefaa ma reflector na wanaweka ngoma.
So those ones, so that's what we call content creation. It's part of what we do. So most of the time, you will find we work with influencers and people on the market who are known, right? So you'll find we are usually, for example, some of the campaigns we'll do with Abel Mutua. And he'll put a post online or he will do something online for us or with us. And you'll not find our employees actually on that content. We don't actually put our employees in the adverts themselves. we find people who are paid to be in those adverts because you only hustle, yeah? So if you feel that's where you want to go, you put yourself out there, get enough followers, believe me, we will come begging for you to do an advert for us.
What is enough followers for you guys?
We don't determine. We don't determine really. It's determined by the market and the level of engagement you have with the people who follow your content. Like she's saying, like she's been in fashion, right? If she's in fashion, and you see, by the way, remember there are the three partners here. There's us, the agency, there's a client, and there's an influencer. Are you together? There is we agency, kuna Safaricom. Safaricom decides who they want to work with. We don't dictate their influencers. Even though we are the people who will pay them, Safaricom tells us we like content, yeah, so and so, Murugis, Dewey, Abels, Dewey, whoever. So like when they were doing M-Pesa at 18, all those guys who are now being prepared, right? All those influencers you saw doing M-Pesa at 18. But Safaricom dictates, because they have their own marketing team, we are their agency, they tell us, for you to produce a good advert, we want you to work with so and so and so and so. And because they are our partner, we let them be. So it is not really us to decide. We can recommend, we can advise, but not.
My last thing.
So is there an instance whereby maybe you get, as an agency, you get maybe to choose the influencers to work with?
We recommend.
You recommend.
But we do not dictate what the client will, because remember, your brand must vibe with the brand of the person you're selling.
Okay. So, in terms of you recommending the influencers, what if you find maybe a person has been recommended, an influencer has been recommended, maybe the person does not maybe have that massive maybe followers or something, but the way I interact with the people, maybe when it comes to likes, the comments, and the way the person is interacting with the people,
to get someone, one or two people who will say something negative out of their own, whatever space they're in, that brings out that negativity in them. You expect that it's going to be there, trolls are going to be there, but when you have that fire inside, because you know what you're doing and there's a purpose for it, it's very hard to be brought down by small comments.
Wacha niongeze ingine, alafu kama wewe kama personal brand au mnakuwa wanaweza marketia and
you have to have your team. Right now, I currently don't have a team, so it's a good thing I've met with this guy, because now I'll get his contact and continue to learn a few things about branding and all that. But kama sahi, I say we as a business, but basically it's me. I am the marketer, I am the model, I am the tail, I am the CEO, I am the messenger. Yeah, so with time, of course, I'm going to get models so that I separate myself from the vision misionekane. As I move forward, as I gain followers, as my business grows, I'm going to continue separating myself kidogo, so that there is that distinction between me and the brand. But as you move, you maneuver as you move. It's not cast on stone, you maneuver as you move.
Can I add something to this? Because personal branding can be misunderstood, because we are talking about media here and brands, and we might confuse. So personal branding is differentiating yourself. Okay, there is that personal branding, and I say that's something I do for people, where I teach you how to know your value and how to articulate that value properly. And I gave you the example of the customer experience person who says, I called customers, the service, I engaged XYZ and delivered XYZ value. Make sense? That's personal branding. It's defining what is it for example, my personal brand is summarized in 3 words: communication, engagement, stakeholder management. So in my CV, that will be there. It doesn't matter what role I'm going into. I will always be able to anchor myself around that, because that's what I want to communicate. When I go into a job, the reason why I'm able to solve problems, because I know how to communicate well, I know how to engage people, with whether they like me or not. I know how to get into their good graces and influence them and get things done without creating conflict, and even navigating conflict in a very smart, using emotional intelligence, right? And then I know how to manage stakeholders, up and down. That's how I will talk. So when someone asks me, tell me about yourself, that what I have said will feature somewhere, but showing them how I get my results. Because what I want to demonstrate is I can get what? Results. That's what personal branding is. What Helen is talking about as well is branding from a place of content creation, where and companies do that. So when people say think of yourself as a brand, what they are saying is the same way a company thinks sales is brand to you, you can also sell your brand to a company and to other people, whether as a content creator, whether as a HR professional, whether as a farmer, whatever it is that you're doing, you can sell that brand. If you go to my LinkedIn, you'll see I have put all the things that I am that culminate into the brand that I am, including pig farmer. Including what? Pig farmer, physics teacher, because I do those things. Or during holidays, kids will reach out because I used to be a teacher and I teach them that. Does that make sense? You brand yourself with the question that was asked by Shelby from Stanchart, or I think the other lady, entrepreneur. What do you have? And to be honest, most of the time, you have more than you just need to know what that is.
There was a question here. Before we forget, I'll get back to you. What was that? You had a question, right?
I had just some comments on the skills, the issue of the papers and the skills. People did it, and corporate world watakuona ni different kwa sababu wataona this is someone who is presentable, anaweza kufanya kazi, so do the self work kwanza and have the skills na opportunities zitajitokeza tu. Yes.
Was that question here before I get back there? Did you have one?
I have a comment. For me, I just finished my degree program, and I can't say in my CV I describe myself as a person with disability because that would make an employer disqualify me in some I can't do something. So I don't put that in my CV at all. You will see it when you meet me, because I don't, it's something that will disqualify me from this particular job. And also,
hi everyone, just a minute, my apologies for interjecting.
Everyone of you is here. So when you go to an interview, like the role that you're given, be open to new things and new, like kupatiwa your challenge ya kufanya kitu. You learn on the process and to be very open. For instance, right now, I'm an intern at a bank, and I went to a data analytics and I had no skills. For sure, I had no skills. And I took the challenge, and within a rate of 1 month, I am the best in fact.
Wow.
Yes, so that's I love you.
Thank you. My sister, then I'll get back to my brother.
So, I don't know if I have a question.
The way,
So when
the way
it
it comes out,
so time, different times. So, what if you're working with an influencer, something, then kidogo kitu bant hali kama you don't quote. You see, like the way, so you also receive feedback at times, quote unquote, like the way Novita responded when they
to demystify some myths that have been going around, because like for example me, if I happen to walk into your office for an interview and then I indicated I have a disability, 100% people struggle to actually get the kind of disability that I have. So meaning that when I'm in your work environment, I may not need any reasonable accommodation. What I can need is just to manage my disability and then give results. You see, so what I could, I wanted to tell my colleagues, I've been to employment too. I've previously served like 3 employers. But the most fortunate or unfortunate thing is that I've never had an opportunity to practice in the area where I learned in university. And what this has really taught me is that I've become open-minded. And along the way, I've discovered my potentials, some of which are outside what I studied. Meaning today that if I decide to do my master's degree, maybe I may not specialize on what I did in my undergraduate, just because of the opportunity that I have had to explore different employers, and along the way, I've realized my skills, my capabilities, and my knowledge and my passion. So some of us, like someone else was talking here on stage, may not have done our courses out of our goodwill or out of the passion that we had. Sometimes we did this out of mere influence. Maybe I wanted to be a lawyer, circumstances. But along the way, as we interact with these employers, you get to really know who you are and what are your capabilities. What are you able to specialize in? What are you able to chase? So, like for me now, if I happen to do my master's, I'll do something which is totally different from my area of specialization in, because along the way, in interacting with these other employers, I've really realized my potential. And then, maybe a point of information, almost 90% of people employed in Kenya are employed in areas where they did not specialize in their colleges and universities. So it is up to us to be open-minded, to grab an opportunity that comes along our way, and then we specialize. Maybe that's where our strength is.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe just to give some information, because I know a lot of us were asking questions with employers. Now, as the voice of employers in Kenya, we are currently running quite a lot of trainings with all employers in this country. Especially we are disseminating the Persons with Disability Act 2025, which we know the President assented to there a few months ago. And we are taking employers through what they
distracting. So okay, you can go go on. Just make the final statement. For those that are finished, don't move from where you are. Don't move from where you are. You just finish from where you are. If you have your meal card, make sure you have a meal card. Rather, make sure you have a meal card. If you don't have a meal card, just lift your hand. Stan will come or Elsie will come where you are. If you don't have a meal card, including our the videography team, if you don't have a meal card, inua mkono, tutakuletea pahali huko. There's somebody there, Elsie, in the media team. Oh, there's one there. Oh, for all of them. Okay, she's served. Yeah, they have the meal cards. Yeah. Okay, great. Can I request that we now close? I'm just waiting for group 4 to finish. Please, the other groups don't start. I'm just waiting for group 4 to finalize, and then we'll be going for our lunch. But it's been awesome. It's been great. We'll be hearing from one of us. We'll be giving a vote of thanks and recognition of all that have contributed to this wonderful, wonderful session. And to the participants, we want to appreciate you. I've already started giving vote of thanks, but let me wait. Group 4, we are all on you. If you're an employer and you want somebody to join you in your organization, please take advantage of this team. The bill is slowly taking effect, and you'll be required to have 5% of your company. Somebody told me that they have 100% because they are only one. They are the ones with the disability, and they have employed themselves. So they need to be recognized. They have 100%. Yes, I know SMEs have 90% because of the number of participants or employees they have. Okay, Agnes, I'll request you to try and wrap for me. I use this one. Okay. That's okay?
Is it audible?
Not so much, but
let me change.
Okay. Great. So please allow me to stop it at that point. Tafadhali nitauliza tusimamie tu hapo. So nitauliza sote tunyamaze kwa sasa. Tuombe. Kwa sababu tumefika pahali pazuri. How many have gained something? How many participants have gained? If you've gained something, say yes. Yeah, so I know that you've gained something. That one is for sure. And get the contacts. That's what I will tell you. Get the contacts. I love the way some of them have already exchanged contacts. I've seen some of us have exchanged. Don't just take a selfie. Please, apart from the selfie, get the contact so that you can communicate. So in a short while, I'll be inviting in the Kenya Business and Disability Network, which is this particular presentation, or rather this particular branding here. We are very keen to ensure that we have persons with disability coming on board in the job market. So these are the spearheaders. They are the ones that collect our employers together. And somebody, Stanley, I'll send you to group 4. Stan, I'll send you to group 4 to help me to calm things down. So the less, I'm telling you. The rest of the groups, so I want us to recognize the fact that it is through Kenya Business and Disability Network, and of course the partnership of Sightsavers and United Disabled Persons of Kenya, and many others, USUDI joining us for the very first time, that we've been able to put this together. If we didn't have the employers, we will not be able to have interactions, right? So we want to appreciate Kenya Business and Disability Network as a team they have the steering committee, the members, some of the members are seated here, they are talking to us, they are giving us inputs on how to better help ourselves to navigate the job market. And so as we come to the closure, I'll be requesting one of the steering committee team members to be giving us a vote of thanks. We had quite a number, but some of them had to step out. But I'll be requesting one of us to give a vote of thanks. But before I get to the employers, I would like to probably get a participant who can probably, I was informed that somebody wanted to say something. Can we get a microphone? Oh, it's here. If somebody wanted to say something before we close, we pray and close. So let's give a minute.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I requested to talk because I did not sit with the job seekers or the employers. Now, what I would like to say is that there's the new Disability Act that recognizes the place of caregivers of PWDs.
Okay.
And like I said in the last meeting that was at Sportsview, the next thing to employing persons with disability is the employment of caregivers of persons with disability. And I still hold to that. Maybe what needs to be put in place is consideration on the percentages and consideration on making sure that maybe when you employ the caregiver, you don't employ the person with disability as well, because you will be disenfranchising someone somewhere. Then when it comes to issues to do with disability, let's not talk about numbers. Let's have policies guiding this, because with policies will come measurability, time-boundness, and dynamism. When you have a policy, you have a guiding principle. So you know what you need, and you can always check, am I getting close to that or not? For the job seekers, it is important to note, like even me when I worked at Safaricom at one point, by there I was employed once for about 5 years. And on my CV, I had not done computers. And you know, some of us are BBC, we were born before computers. But I wrote on my CV that I had self-taught
skills.
Yes, skills. And I believe that is permissible on CVs. So someone should not fear that you don't have a certificate. And actually, when we went for the interview part for when you're given a computer, I was quite competent, but I didn't have any certificates. So do not fear putting on your CV what you have that you do not have a certificate for. Maybe that is all. But policy, policy, policy. Let's be guided by policy. Let's companies have policies on how they want inclusion to work. Without policy, you do not have somewhere to check whether you are getting there or not.
Sure.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That was very critical. Both to the, I think there's a word to the employers and there's a word to the participants. If you don't have a certification for a skill, don't be hesitant to put it in the CV. I think for me that is very key. And we also had, I also informed you that Duncan from FKE had also given that opportunity that if you require certification for some skills that you have, then we can always have that conversation with him. So thank you so much for those inputs. And of course, for policies, we usually say that, you know, today we have Linda from KQ here. We don't know who we'll have tomorrow, you know, pushing the disability agenda. With a policy document, then you know that there's sustainability. So at that juncture, I want probably to get a participant who can give us a vote of thanks and appreciate the employers for giving themselves to be able to come and impact us with knowledge. It is not easy. Some of them had to reschedule a lot of things in order to be here. And the SMEs, I'm also not ignorant of that fact, and the OPDs who have been able to have us get the SMEs in the room. So I would like to probably get a participant who can come forth. I would want to say a volunteer, because probably somebody has been looking forward to giving thanks. Yes, Katrina. Is it the not ideal interview? No, but you did well. Let's appreciate Katrina. She comes to give a vote of thanks. on behalf of the participants. As Katrina gets ready, I'll request Linda to prepare to, on behalf of KBDN, to just say asante to everybody that has made this happen, and then we will be finishing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I actually wanted the chance to clear myself. I'm an actress. That's one of the things I do. So I hope I did a good performance. And Joyce, thank you. Joyce is the only one who stood up for me. Aki, you guys. So I would really like to thank all the employers that came today. I hope SMEs, you know, you're part of this, because most of us, especially persons with disabilities, most of us tend to lean towards the micro businesses and even major. See, remember, we're on the way to being millionaires. Yeah, so business is such, especially the creative industry where I'm at, is such an employer for most persons with disabilities. So we thank you, all the SMEs that are here, all the employers that are here. I was telling Somerset that the last time I was here, I almost did what I did. Those who know me as a disability advocate, you know, I almost outed them on social media, but I gave them grace and it has worked. Less than an year, here they are at KBDN. So we know more doors are opening for persons with disabilities at Somerset Hotel. They already have a lady chef that is doing so well, and they are encouraged to have more of us in their space. So thank you so much, even for taking the opportunity to come today. Thank you so much for opening your doors to us. We always say we do not want pity. That's not what we want. We have skills. There are others who have papers. Some of us are self-taught. So if you just give us the opportunity, we can prove to you that we can. You know, we can work, we can do, we are the best employers. We can actually do much better. And sorry to say to those employees that are here that are without disabilities, but we always give extra because we appreciate what it takes for you to open your doors and give us our reasonable accommodations. We know it's not easy, and that is why whenever you open the space for us and we get those opportunities, we always give 100+%. Okay, so thank you so much. We have learned a lot. We are deeply grateful. And for those that have even given jobs already, thank you. May God bless you, expand you, that there may be more people coming up and more generations will be proud of the steps that you took from this day henceforth. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Katrina. Thank you so much. So as Linda comes, I'll ask Faith to kindly come, and on behalf, Somerset is one of our newest KBDN members. So I know because they have hosted us. Have you enjoyed being at Somerset? Yes, so they have really done well. So we just like Faith to just say a word, and then, yes, Faith, you can't lack a word. And you see the way you are young.
Good afternoon, everyone. Faith Mbai is my name. I work in this organization. I take charge of the sales and marketing department. That is what I do every single day. I must say that we are truly humbled to host this event. I know we've come a long way with Salome, but I want to tell you that there is hope. We knocked these doors for 3 years, and finally we were allowed in. And therefore, even for any of us who is here knocking a door somewhere, regardless of your state, there is that particular day that your star is going to shine. So you need to keep on pushing, push harder. I was telling our group that all you need is also not to challenge employers. Like, for example, I would expect somebody even to walk in and ask for the HR department. You're just walking in. Go and explain and state your case and say, this is me, and this is who I am, this is what I have. I'm interested in seeing myself in this space. Create a conversation for yourself. And I'm sure when you do that, you knock 1, 2, 3 doors. There's no way all those 4 doors can be closed for you. So let us take the courage, not just to sit down and wait, even move take that step of even moving and going to challenge someone. And I am sure even God who is in heaven cannot deny you all those opportunities and the efforts that you continue to put every other day. I have also challenged them that are not able to hear, the deaf, for example. We have a lot of churches that are streaming services online. And I am sure if you went there and told them, I can do this for the congregation that is like me, I am sure they'll be able to give you an opportunity that every Sunday you can have some cents in your pocket. So open your eyes if you have them wider, listen if you're able to listen, and if not, try as much as possible to look for something where you can be able to fit, and I am sure there is something. Therefore, thank you so very much, Salome and the team, for really welcoming us in this particular great organization. We are still learning. We are actually on, I think, on our baby step number 3 because we started this year, but we are so encouraged and motivated to move on. I am sure by the time we hit 3 years, like many other organizations, we'll be at a space where we can actually say that God has given an opportunity to be kind to humanity. So again, thank you very much. It's only that we are very full today. I would have wanted you to see even the rooms that we have here, because we accommodate people with disability in whichever way. Most of them are occupied. I'll try as much as possible and see if we can have one ready for you to be able to see. And Salome and the team, they're really helping us try to accommodate in very many ways, whichever way that we can be able to do, so that if you come here and you have one disability or the other, then you do not get discouraged or you do not get the services that a normal person will be able to get to enjoy. So once again, welcome. Continue preaching. The Somerset is in the club. We are there for each one of us, and we'll be delighted to host you, either as an organization, as an individual, even as a family. We'll be glad to host even your family for lunch or something. Come and enjoy the services that we have, because you're being trained on how to take care of everyone. Once again, thank you so very much. And when you go wherever you will be, go with God's blessings. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Faith. Thank you so much, Faith. And now I'd like to invite Linda to give a vote of thanks to the employers, not the employers, the participants that have come and are engaged, and also to just recognizing the fact that through KBDN we've been able to bring all these employers in the room. Karibu, Linda.
Thank you very much, Salome. But before I give my vote of thanks, I would like to request every person who is here, please register and have your PWD card. Yeah? I recently had some young people, we got them into the organization, and then you get your letter, you see a figure on it, and then when the payslip comes, because so as you look for employment, please ensure that you're registered, so that come the time for tax exemption, you will be right on time for it, all right? So today has been a great day, hasn't it been? I started it, I know I came in late, but I started online, which is also good, because it also gave me a chance to see that we are able to reach those people who are not here. And it was great. I saw our vice chair and chair just give their comments, and we just wanted to thank. So the people we are giving thanks to, first and foremost, we want to thank KBDN, led by Salome and Esther, who have worked they've worked themselves, these two ladies. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah. They really, really worked hard. We wanted to have this session a few weeks back, but because of the recent happenings in the country, we were not able to. But they did not give up, because we were like, are we really going to have it? But thanks to them, we were able to have it. And then we also want to give a round of applause to our panelists. Weren't they great? Yeah? Did you come and today you've learned something new? Yeah, you're going to apply for those jobs with more information, knowing what's needed and required of you, right? So let's clap for our panelists. Thank you very much, all our panelists. And then let's give a round of applause to every employer. Employers charge for their time. So for them to be here is quite something. It's quite a sacrifice. We have EABL, we have Standard Chartered, we have Safaricom, we have UN, we have KQ, who I represent, We have Somerset. I know there are many other organizations I may not mention. We have MSMEs. We have SMEs. All those are employers in their own right. So let's give a round of applause to them for their time. And then, of course, we've got you guys, yeah? Each and every one of you filling the seats here. If those seats were empty, today would not be considered a success. So today's a success because you made it a success, and so you deserve a round of applause. So let's clap for each and every one of us. Let's also clap to our interpreters. Those guys do a hard job, you know. I say the day I learn how to sign, you know, signing is it's a lot of work, right? You've got to do your face, your hands, everything is signing, right? For them to feel you. So it's quite some work. So when you see a sign language interpreter, know they are doing quite some work. And so we clap for them again. Their work was tough, 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 tough. And then, of course, if these people called Somerset did not give us a space to meet, we were looking for a place to meet for a long, long time. Somerset became the place. They gave us a place to meet. And then the food has been sumptuous. You know, I usually go collect. Indeed, I realized the food was so nice that if you are late, you know you are late. You know what I'm saying, right? And that's a good sign. When you go out there and you find that it's the plate calling you, then you know that this thing must have been really nice. So a big round of applause for Somerset. Yeah? Of course, lunch is coming. Yeah? So you can imagine if break was like that, what's lunch going to be like? It's going to be really, really amazing. And then, of course, we want to thank Sightsavers, UPDK, who have been working behind the scenes. They are the connection to us being here. So let's give them a round of applause. Last but not least is God Almighty. He makes all things possible. He makes us who we are. He's given us the opportunity to be here in our own, whoever you are, wherever you are, you're here because God made it possible. So a big round of applause to God Almighty. Yeah, so I just want to thank you all. And as Salome said, this is not the end. It's the beginning of great things. And if you're there, sharpen your skills. Your CV should always be ready so that when that job is there, you're ready for it. LinkedIn, if you're not on LinkedIn, get on LinkedIn. That's where it's happening at the moment, matters employment. And opportunities, conferences and all, they are in LinkedIn. I'm not too young, so there might be another one. You know, these young people, they have their own sites. Wherever those sites are, just make sure your CV is ready so that when you're called, you're ready, isn't it? Yeah? We want to have you all as employers or employees. And when we have KBDN, you're also coming here to tell us your story of how it's working, isn't it? It's not always employers, but also employees can also tell us a story. So we want a story from all of you next time. So please, I challenge you. Next time we are having a career fair, be the one giving a story. I was here, I attended the career fair, I took action, and today I'm working in so-and-so place, isn't it? Yeah, so thank you all very much. Until next time, it's lunchtime.
Okay. Let's appreciate Linda. Thank you so much, Linda. Wow, it's been awesome. We were saying with Stanley that we have to do something else. And I just want to appreciate Stanley and Betha. They came in right on time to be able to support us on this. Can we just recognize Yusudi through Stanley and Betha? Let's just clap and appreciate Stanley and Betha. Thank you so much, Betha in absentia. I mean, I pulled them in very fast, and they were very gracious to be able to support Esther and I as we were organizing this. And I also want to appreciate all that responded to the call and wore a suit. I tell you, it is not in vain. Yes, next time we call a career fair, make sure we put on. Yes, but no, I'm not insisting. I just want us to appreciate the young men that have come in suits. It's effort. For a young person to wear a suit, that is effort. So feel appreciated. Let's actually clap for them. Thank you so much. National Council of Persons with Disability, thank you for coming. I know Susan had to rush out at some point. When we see you, we know that the government is also represented, and we are so happy. Thank you so much. Next time, you'll get an opportunity to also speak to us and the wonderful ladies that you came with. So thank you so much. I'll request us to, those that can, to just stand as we honor the Lord, and ask Esther to come and probably give us a word of prayer as we finish. I hope everybody has a meal card. If you don't have a meal card, kindly just alert me and I'll be able to provide one. So thank you so much. I appreciate Esther also. We've pushed this thing from June up to now, and it has worked, and we really thank God.
So let's bow our heads and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the gift of being able to engage in this space. Thank you for enabling us to see this day, and for it being fruitful and for ending well. Thank you. Even as we go home, we pray for journey mercies. May you be with us and may you protect us in Jesus' mighty name. Even as we go for our lunch, we bless it in Jesus' name. Amen.
So lunch is served outside. The hotel is called Lacoste. Lamakote. Yeah, you just go to a restaurant here and eat from there. Past the reception, I'm sure you will see the food. Yes, Lamascos. Okay, thank you.
Also, as we leave, there have been photos that have been, cameras. So we'll have a QR code on the screen.